If the Earth is flat, P,
Okay.
then there would be no measurable change in elevation. Q.
Okay.
Elevation is a measured change in the vertical axis, therefore not Q.
Therefore, Earth is not flat. And in maths, you can prove whatever you like. I'm saying it's not physics. That's all that I'm saying.
Yeah, so where does the proof of your flat Earth, where does that come into it?
You measure Earth as flat with a flat baseline to a ground position to start. You can also prove a flat Earth by measuring angles. How useful for proving a flat Earth? It's a measurement of a flat Earth. Okay, measuring things is not scientific. Yes, that's correct.
So what about the proof then, right? Does the proof of flat Earth that you have, does that lie within the bounds of science?
I will get triggered now because this is dishonest prick.
Okay, measuring things is not scientific. Yes, that's correct.
Well, I was just wondering, when you were talking about proof of your flat Earth, is that the same proof as the proof that you were talking about with Jaren in science?
I answered the first two times. I said no. Twice. No.
I will
No.
get triggered now because this is
Measuring
dishonest prick.
things like a flat baseline to a ground position for stars, not scientific. That's a measurement. Science establishes
Should I
the
show you how
cause
it's
of an
possible,
effect.
mate?
That's the science we deal with. We deal with natural
By
science.
using scientific
And while
method
the knowledge can be put on the cover of a book as the science
prove the Earth
of
is flat.
ground position, the star, here we specifically deal with natural
Should I show you how
science.
it's possible,
That's
mate?
the scientific method.
by using
There's the
scientific
distinction.
method to prove the Earth is flat.
And I'll agree with you. In maths, you can prove things in the maths. The maths itself is an abstract language, whereas physics, that's science and the scientific method, is dealing with the physical. It's the difference between science, physics, the physical, and maths, which
Should I
is
show
an
you how it's
abstract
possible,
language to describe things. Now, if you're saying you can prove things with maths, 1 + 1 = 2. Ground position. Proof. A start. And you are equal to, you've had 1 plus the other one. I can accept that that's proof. Ground position. Maths. The
Yeah.
start. In physics, it isn't proof.
Should I
because
show you
it
how it's
isn't
possible,
physics.
mate?
Physics is the
By
physical.
using scientific method to prove the Earth
Okay,
is
again,
flat.
I can use the scientific method to prove the Earth is flat. Not the Earth is flat because of scientific method. There's a difference. Shape is not science, but I can use method, the scientific method, to show that it is flat.
Ground position. The star.
Yeah.
Yes, that's correct.
I got your numbers, they're right here.
Yes, that's correct.
It's just as easy as 1, 2, 3.
Sphere, not see
You
thing.
have to open your mind.
Flat, I see thing.
Imagination is all you need.
You do know science is also
Don't
deductible.
take advice from fools.
That is a fact.
Everything that they say is in vain.
This is a flat Earth proof. Yes, that's correct.
Never take advice from fools. We all know what they do is in vain.
Should I show you how it's possible, mate? By using scientific
Yes,
method
that's correct.
to prove the Earth is flat.
An Earth was proved to be flat by these measurements.
So we would assert that that average is how average the level of level is. It's flat. There it is. That's how we use it. The deviation from that reference means it isn't flat.
Everything is relative to you.
I will get triggered now because it's a dishonest
You
prick.
just have to say
Yes, that's
it.
correct.
Generality.
It's a what is
Just
your
like those straight lines are curving.
Means it isn't flat. Yes, that's correct.
Drive down the road, don't you ever.
The elevation changes make the Earth not flat.
Third, then, it's a stupid argument. So this is a flat Earth proof.
All of this goes.
Don't report to FED or no one. I am my own person. I am my own person.
Yes, that's correct.
Everything that they say is in
By using scientific method to prove the Earth is flat.
Never take advice from fools.
To prove the Earth is flat.
That they do is in vain.
Don't report to FED or no one. I am my own person.
What's your observed phenomenon for a flat Earth?
Did I say flat Earth was my observed phenomena, or did I say I can use scientific method to prove it's flat? Huh.
Okay, what's your observed phenomenon? to prove that it's flat?
I see too far. How's that?
I know the game that you're playing,
You want to know, Jason?
and I know exactly what's on your mind.
Now I'm just letting the FED crew know
You got your playbook, it's alright.
that their lapdog needs more
Your
training
model dictates what you will find.
because you're an idiot.
And I don't know
Okay, what's your observed phenomena to prove that it's flat?
where all of this goes.
I see too far. How's that?
Don't take advice from fools.
Because you're an idiot.
Everything that they say is in vain.
I'm manipulating my position.
Never take advice from fools. We all know what they do is in vain.
Do I manipulate my position when I manipulate my position? Do I manipulate my position when I manipulate my position?
What does your position have to do with the shape of the Earth?
You have an angle towards this.
You can also prove a flat Earth by measuring angles.
Observe, which is
How
already
useful
too far
for
to
proving a
see.
flat Earth.
Now that is scientific fact. There's no real evidence for it, but it is scientific fact.
The rebuttal is actually a straw man. And that's, why I want to clarify, because I think that's worth pointing out, that the rebuttal was a straw man. Nowhere in the argument is the words level plane even mentioned. Topography is not mentioned. And it's only about the elevation change, which is a measured change on the vertical datum. There is no conflation between baseline and topography in the argument. It's just a simple if-then argument about elevation change. And obviously the Earth is not flat because of elevation change. That's what the argument is about. I mean, we can read it out, the entire if-then, again, if it's needed.
Read me one more time, just so I can hear it again. Sorry, say it one more time.
If the Earth is flat, Pete,
Okay.
then there would be no measurable change in elevation. Q.
Okay.
Elevation is a measured change in the vertical axis, therefore not Q.
For Earth is not flat.
But the refutation to the argument being that there's some sort of conflation going on between a baseline and topography is just a straw man, because that's not the case for anybody who actually reads the argument. That's my point.
Well, it's not an argument because you're convoluting the baseline from which you will measure, which is your mean sea level. You're convoluting that with the topology you're trying to measure. So it's not an argument. Just you're misusing words.
And me stating the fact that mean sea level is a point on a vertical datum and not a level plane is just a statement of fact. Mean sea level is not a level plane, it's simply a point on a vertical datum. That's all.
Yes, but it's not a level. You don't understand that. What you just said.
Non-argument, you stupid bonehead!
Okay, again, I can use the scientific method to prove the Earth is flat. Not the Earth is flat because of scientific method. There's a difference. Shape is not science, but I can use the scientific method, to show that it is flat.
Why do we have to listen to this incessant verbal diarrhea with the verbatim repetition of it? Verdict!
Just be patient, guys. This happened before.
Well, I was just wondering, when you were talking about proof of your flat Earth, is that the same proof as the proof that you were talking about with Jared in science?
I answered the first two times. I said no. Twice.
You don't understand.
Earth is not flat.
You don't understand.
Earth is not flat. Yeah. Yes, that's correct.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You're just on your own.
Where's the science for a stationary Earth? Okay, way to demonstrate that you don't understand what science is without saying you don't understand what science is. Because science deals with cause and effect relationships. Though natural science, that's the study of the physical and natural world, is what we are dealing with here on Flat Earth Debate. Now that is exclusively the singular scientific method. That is exclusively illuminating the cause of naturally occurring phenomena. So when you say, what's the science of stationary Earth?
Should I show you how it's possible, mate?
Okay. You're so used to being told that you can prove concrete nouns with science.
By using scientific method to prove the Earth is flat.
Prove concrete nouns with science, do you expect us to adhere to that non-standard?
Not the Earth is flat.
Earth is not flat.
Don't understand.
Earth is not flat.
Not the Earth is flat.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn.
Because of scientific method. Shape is not science, but I can use the scientific method to prove the Earth is flat.
You can prove concrete nouns with science, do you expect us to adhere to that non-standard? It's not a cause and effect relationship that you're asking about. So when you say flat Earth,
Should I show you how it's possible, mate?
measuring things is not scientific. Yes, that's correct.
By using scientific method to prove the Earth is flat.
that's not something happening. That's not an occurrence. That's not a phenomenon. You're not going to get an IVDV relationship.
Do I manipulate
out of
my
that.
position when I manipulate my
It's
position?
absurd to ask us for the science of flat Earth.
You can use method, the scientific method, to show that it is flat.
No, you can ask for the measurements of flat Earth, the geometry of flat Earth,
Okay, measuring things is not scientific. Yes, that's correct.
the practical application of flat Earth. You can ask for all those things, and we can provide them.
You don't understand.
Earth is not flat.
Not the Earth is flat.
You don't understand.
Not the Earth is flat.
Earth is not flat.
It's not my problem if you don't want to
To
learn.
a ground
Just
position.
on your own.
But asking for the science of a concrete noun demonstrates you don't understand what science is.
To a ground position.
No reason,
To start.
no logic,
Ground
no
position.
wisdom,
To start.
no worries.
Elucidating the cause of an effect, and the
You're
effect
just on your own.
exclusively natural. Only natural.
Does that lie within the bounds of science?
To question.
No. Ground position. To
You're just
start.
on your own.
So what about the proof then, right? Does the proof of flat Earth, does that lie within the bounds of science?
No.
Well, it's not an argument because you're convoluting the baseline from which you will measure, which is your mean sea level. You're convoluting that with the topology you're trying to measure. So it's not an argument. Just you're misusing words.
What does that have to do with the shape of the Earth?
Sphere, not see thing. Flat, I see thing. I will get triggered now because he's a dishonest prick. You can use the scientific method to prove it's flat. Flat itself is not a science. You want to know how I can use science to prove it's flat? Have you ever thought of that? How do you do it?
Was that your
Proof.
exit? Are
What?
you going to try and plug your shit on my channel? You
No,
stupid
why
clown?
would I want to do that?
Lost. Lost. If you're telling me you're going, I didn't thank you in return, you noticed.
Yeah. Keep watching Nathan Oakley. And we are live. Welcome everyone. It is it's a free-for-all Friday, but we're not going to be having any of that ridiculous non-argument bullshit today. Sort of a warning for people wanting to come into this arena today. Sort of go over the reasons why we're all here and some of the pitfalls that you might end up having to deal with just for being inquisitive, maybe. I don't know what most people are in this arena for. I don't know the audience that's watching. I don't know the motives of anybody anywhere, really. I know I can speak for myself. And I came into this arena because of, I was on a journey. I was on a journey to work out what was going on. The human condition. Trying to work people out, but that was sort of a lifelong journey, really, trying to work out people because of something that happened in my childhood. I never thought that I fitted in, but I guess I thought everybody was like that, right? I thought everybody was this similar individual, but very quickly learned that there are people that fit into groups, and I guess I never felt like that. I never felt like one of those people. And I was always struggling what was going on to try and work it all out. But there comes a time when a so-called vote, it was, particularly Brexit, led me on a journey to work out what was going on. Because I thought, people are getting shit-talked, really, on the internet. Like a whole group of people that people were grouping together and in a bigoted way. And I was obviously the father of an autistic child. And I knew from my own personal experience that if you have an autistic child, you can't really lie to them, because that first impression of whatever it is, doesn't really matter, but that first impression sticks in your memory, whether it be good or bad. And it's hard to get rid of that. So I was wondering why these people were sort of bad-mouthing a whole group of people on a vote, it was, for Brexit, for us to leave the European Union. I mean, it wasn't much to people, but I mean, it became a big thing. And it was about the same sort of time as Trump. Like, Trump followed on from Brexit. So it was a really weird time. And so over these last, 6 or 7, 8 years, depends, I don't know when it started really, but that was when my journey to the internet started. And that's where Try Thinking was born. Now it was Try Thinking. I always said that is my son. That he is Try Thinking. I'm Bev Try Thinking, right? Because there's an extra bit of thought that's needed, I think. That not a lot of people actually use that extra bit of thought. There's sort of a model given to us as a child, whether it be from your parents or your teachers or your grandparents, doesn't really matter. But in those early formative years, we are all given a model, schema, and you attend to fit everything into that thing. So I was on a journey to work what was going on. Now, this particular arena that we're in right here is the accumulation of time, right? So I thought, obviously you can't understand why people want to deal with the Brexit, because that's not it's not personal enough to work out why people dislike other people for a supposed vote. And nobody has to say which way they voted, but there was a whole group of people, and through the media and everything, that were sort of bad-mouthing this group of people that were voting. Now, it was a vote, it was nearly 50-50 in the entire country, right? But slightly one-sided to the getting out of the European Union. And obviously the other group of people are very loud. And it doesn't matter how many of them there are. If they have the ear of the media, they get the media coverage, right? So it seems like there's a lot more. And so I came in to find out that the atheists seemed like I don't know whether I started off with the atheists being the normal people, or well, it quickly changed anyway to find out that they were attacking a certain group of people, the atheists, that is, and that was the Christians. Now, they didn't really particularly bother about the Buddhists or the Muslims or anybody else. They were particularly after the Christians. And I thought that was really strange, because of all of the religions, the Christians seem like the most forgiving, the most peaceful. So that was strange to me, not being religious or anything, you know, not at the time. But that soon led into flat Earth. And flat Earth seemed to be a mix of this group of people that from the voting side, but also it had both. It had both the politics and the religion in one. And it seemed to me that this people that were against them, the flat earthers, didn't really have a case of anything. They just pointed fingers and called names. It was one of the most openly bigoted groups I'd ever seen. And I thought, this is the group of people that I'm interested in. I need to know why these people are like this for my son. My son's autistic and he hasn't got a truth filter. He just says the truth, or, you know, he did. But I'm on a journey to try and help my son. And obviously, if the social etiquette of the time is leading to people to not talk the truth, I need to be able to let my son know this in a way where he still gets to understand and grow as a person, but he doesn't end up triggering people by saying the truth. Like, as he was a child, he would go around and say things like, look at that fat lady. And the fat lady would look at me and, as if it was my problem. Like, he shouldn't be saying that. But, I mean, he was just saying that because there was a fat lady there. Not really a problem to me. The guy was just speaking the truth. So that's what I needed to teach my son, that. A way to do that. And the only way to do it is to not put him in that position. It's to put myself in the position. So I found a few things to be able to say. And I initiated a reaction from this group of people. These flat earth fighters, let's say. And their response was to call me a child abuser. So that's what I came into this, was to let people know that there is, there's a thing that occurs in this arena that people should be warned about. Because people are being invited into an arena and being told arguments and things to be able to say to other people, completely unaware that there is another group of people that will openly, publicly accuse them of child abuse for saying that. Now, I came into this arena, made it obviously clear to everybody that I'm not a flat earther. Probably have the record, on record, the most of stating that I'm not a flat earther. Yet, within this arena, there are globe earth believers and there are flat earthers that constantly call me a flat earther. Now, that's obviously an untruth, but they continue to do it. They continue to assume it, as though everybody in this arena has to be part of this thing. Well, I've never been part of it. This is a journey for me to help my son exist within society in the coming years. And it's not looking good. In fact, this particular arena is the most toxic place I've ever been. Now, unless society has gone the same entirely, I would state you shouldn't come into this arena at all. There's no arguments. You'll never get a question answered. All you will get is abuse for asking questions if you do not go with the dictated narrative. And most of the people within this arena are the most two-faced, I think, you could ever imagine. And the most forgetful as well. It's like they don't learn from history. In fact, they forget the history. So we're going to go over this. We're going to go over something in 24/7. But I mean, welcome to everybody on the panel today. Special guests. Danger here today. Musician extraordinaire. New song coming out soon. Elder Bear's here. He's the, let's call him the new guy, but I doubt it. Kevin B, one of the head mods. Paper organist, regular, as always. Rocky Level. I saw you got a new account in. I don't know what's happened to that. Emma, obviously. Sydney and Turquoise and Harp from the other servers. So welcome to everybody.
Thank you very much.
So yeah, this is a free-for-all Friday, but with the idea that really I'm not interested. I know that there's nobody within this arena with an argument. So we're not really interested about the actual arguments because we know nobody has any. We only have the arguments. In fact, we have arguments that prove the false dichotomy. So there's not really much use you arguing for either side of this argument round here.
Agreed, mate. Well said. Absolutely, dude. Where should Bev, you start because you had a nice bullet point list and a wonderful intro. So I'll let you start. I'm gonna start sending people that I know are listening in the States to be tuning in. So do your thing.
Thank you very much. Right. So 2 days ago, we were listening to a conversation that occurred with Elder Bear and the I don't know, where was it in the actual 24/7? I think it was this one. 21.
Yeah, it was the original 24/7. Yeah.
The
OG.
Only because they were having a group huddle in the politics one. So.
Well, this is a conversation that occurred within a server, but I don't know whether we need to go over the conversation. Anybody can go back and watch them. I doubt it. Anybody would be interested in that sort of stuff. But I mean, I can put the link in the chat if anybody wants to. But we'll go over the. It's what we see on screen. So I'll put the link in for you guys, and I will put this up on screen here. Now, this is what's going live from their broadcast. Now, I don't know how many people watch it, but within this arena, I would say there is not that many people. Nobody's really interested in the flat earth outside this arena because it's become so convoluted that nobody can get a grip on exactly what's going on. And you most certainly cannot ask a question of anyone. You could get an answer reply like, well, Google it. But I mean, anybody can do that. And that's not really what we're after. That's not what we do here. Anyway, we do a thing called advanced simplicity where we break things down to the simplest form and then build up on a basis of things we actually know. And we get to a point. I don't know whether Buster's going to be coming in later, and we'll get round to the schema eventually after this, because I think this is a little bit more important to let people know exactly what they're being brought into with this within this ridiculous false dichotomy, non-argument, backwards and forwards, circular reasoning. In fact, I would say that there's not really much reasoning occurs in any of this sort of stuff. Right, so as you can see, there is a conversation going on, but both in the chat and in the voice. But Elder Bear, who's in this conversation, it was basically talking about people poisoning the well and how certain people poison the well as to this particular Discord server or just individual people, and how when people ask questions, what occurs, and when people make statements, particularly when these things can't be rebutted or they can't be answered, that's when the problems occur, I've found. Particularly within this arena, but like I say, I don't know how prevalent it is in the wider society. I don't know whether this type of attitude comes around, because nobody's ever taught anything about Earth shape in school or anything like that. The only things you ever learn about anything is within this arena. So the people within this arena consider themselves the experts within this arena, but they've completely made it their narrative up themselves from books and whatever, and they've become self-professed experts within a nonsense. And it seems like they're unaware of the nonsense. But this is where the poisoning of the well comes in. Pretty much like my son. He's in a position where he would ask questions because he wouldn't be able to work things out. So in order to help you work things out, you ask questions and you expect replies that will aid you in concluding some sort of a resolution to whatever it is you have a problem with. Now, what you're going to find within this arena particularly is that you can't ask the questions because there's no answers. And that's mainly put in because people have imagined a model already, and they don't know how they got the model. That's the problem. And therefore you can't answer the questions. So what we've got here is a conversation. Now, Indio, who's a real old school guy, one of the OGs of the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, where admittedly that's where I went first whenever I heard of talking to people, because back then, if you put a search in and you wanted to be able to talk to people, I was particularly after talking to Jesse Kozlowski, because Jesse Kozlowski was a purported surveyor. I had questions for him because he didn't seem to be making any sense, and he was talking to flat earthers. So I thought, if I can get into this arena, I might be able to have a word with this guy, because he wouldn't talk on Twitter. Wouldn't answer any questions, so I thought I'll get into actually talk to him. And the only way you can do that is to get into an arena where these conversations occur. Now, this is the arena. This flat earth debate arena, which initially I found 24/7, which was the place. And that's where I first met Indio. That's where I met Emma, Turn Up. A lot of people that are around here now, that's where I met them. And we quickly found that saying certain things, like you're not a flat earther, it doesn't really help you in these rooms. Just wanting to be in reality and, trying to find a truth and how the social aspect of this works. For my son's benefit, I have to keep adding that, right? It's not, well, it's ended up being for my benefit too, because I've learnt a lot, and the people I've met are really good people. But what happens is, in this arena, that these, which I consider really good people, they are being slandered. The well is being poisoned against these really good people that are around here. And it's only because I've not been a flat earther. I've not succumbed to the ridiculous nature of the people in this arena. And have we got somebody in the chat? Yeah, I don't know. We got somebody who's a new guy in the main channel having problems.
Oh no.
I don't know.
I'm
Looks
sorry.
like Kevin's over there taking care of it.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Right on.
So we go back over this. Now, what you're looking at here is on screen is a conversation in the live chat that Elder Bear can't see. He's not privy to this. He's talking about people poisoning the well. Now, I came into this arena as somebody very much similar to Elder Bear. There being somebody who wants to just get involved into a conversation, because Elder Bear's got children. Most people do nowadays have children. They're in a school system and you're trying to help them. You can't really help them through the school system because, I mean, you know what that was like. Your parents can't really help you and get involved in that. But you can help them within the social aspect of it, because they're going to have to eventually end up in society. And there are some people that can act pretty aggressively, let's say, when asked questions. And if you meet these sort of people, you might have met them in school system or whatever, they can make your life a nightmare. But within the social aspect now, this is being made a lot more public. These, what used to be slander and libel, are now, I think they've been basically dropped. I think anybody can say anything about anybody with no recourse, nothing. It becomes a norm, let's say. Particularly for my introduction to this arena. The people that I met within this arena didn't care. They would call you anything, and that hasn't stopped, right? It's continued for full on like 6 years. Except at this point, I've got flat earthers doing the same thing. I think I've united both the flat earth and the dogmatic globe earth guys together in their utter dislike of being asked certain questions. They claim to use logic, but I'd state not much really, because what we do is we break stuff down to its simplest form and find the most direct question possible to find the answer that you're trying to look for. And we've found some questions that people just do not seem to be able to answer. We've got another one as well. We've got PT, who's making videos about us, about geometry, completely misunderstanding what I said, but I mean, we might get back to going over that at some point. So really, we're not going to be talking about arguments. We're going to be talking about questions that people can be asked. And more than likely, I don't think there will be an answer. But this isn't for us to ask the questions. I've already asked the questions. It's been well documented, the questions I've asked. This is for other people to try and experience it for themselves. But I would say, please be careful when you enter this arena. Be careful of who you're talking to. Be aware of your traces that you're going to be giving up. I would suggest a pseudonym, a brand new pseudonym, before entering this arena, because there are some pretty nasty characters around here, and you might not want to get your name tied to your job, your work, whatever, because people will come after you. People will attempt to dox you. They will attempt to harass you in any way to get you out of this particular arena. It's meant to be a place.
Sorry, can I just cut in? But sorry to be a pain in the arse, but we're having trouble with derpetitious. Okay, can you hear anything now? Can you speak? See, we're just trying to see if he can. It's not working in that room. Seems like it's not working in this room either. So
it's got a bad mic.
It's Discord.
Bad mic, or he's got to go into his settings into his computer, like I had to do the other day. Not just the settings in here.
Yeah, if he's got a voice changer, you might have to pipe it through the voice changer thing, your external source.
Mm-hmm.
Great timing, Bev. But
so, if it's not coming through still for him, then I don't know what to say. We've tried everything.
Yeah. Okay. Can we carry on with this then?
Yeah, sorry about that.
Okay, let's see what this bit of this sounds like, just to let you know where the conversation was going on.
I said, what did you learn at school today? She said, they talked to us about Isaac Newton.
Yeah.
I said, oh yeah, what was that? I said, this apple fell out of the tree and he discovered gravity. And I said, oh, really? And I go and see her teacher and I said, oh, you talked to my daughter about Isaac Newton. He said, yeah. He said, we're not really sure if it's a real, true story, but it hooks them into gravity. And I said, well, they do say that Einsteinian gravity superseded Newtonian gravity, so will you be teaching her about that? He said, no, it's too advanced. And I said, do you think an apple falling out of the tree isn't too advanced? But in a 35-minute lesson, she learned about gravity, and now she has gravity in her, and that's all it takes. So that's, and she may never know anything about it ever again, but it's just there, it just sits in somebody. And that's just an imagined thing. And so is this other stuff you're saying, is that there's a topographical plane, but we have to imagine that somewhere there is this flat baseline. And I've been trying to work out where that is and what happens to the rest of it. If there's a flat baseline, then what's beyond that? What could I conceive of beyond that? And when I look around in reality, I don't see that. And then the claim recently is that it's been measured. Now, measurement is a claim, and there should be some data for that. And when I asked, well, what was the measurement? Because if I was going to be a good flat earther,
okay, so this is just Elderbear talking about an experience with his daughter at school. But in the chat, you can see at the bottom there is a guy called Skinny Vet. And he says, here we go, welcome to Elderbear, Indio 007. So Indio's, like I say, he's OG. He's been around for a long time. And we've got a guy called Skinny Vet poisoning the well. In the chat, I would say, welcome to Elderbear. Now, did anything you just heard there say anything bad about welcome to Elderbear? I mean, an experience of his child going through school. Elderbear and Skinny Vet, obviously. Skinny Vet's trying to poison the well. Elderbear's, like he says, just trying to find answers. Nobody's told Elderbear to go and say this. This is just him, naturally inquisitive, trying to find answers. Now, there's a group of people it's called 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Now, Discord is obviously a platform for conversation. This sounds like a conversation to me.
Yeah, I'd gone a little earlier than this, and I'm just constantly, I'm permanently muted in there unless they deem it, that I'm able to talk, So I'd just gone there to have a listen, see what they're talking about, what's going on this morning. It was early in the morning, and they were going through. Well, because I pinged, and I'd gone and said, "Oh, who's this elder bear?" And then Skinny Vet then told Indio and the other people there this stuff about me that that I was a Bev Earther. I hated QE. I hated Nathan Oakley. That I was used to be a flat earther, but now I'm not. And all he does is ask, "How did you measure the Earth flat?" In his kind of pidgin English. So then it was decided they'd open my mic and Indio wanted to see what I'd got to say. So just before this, I'd addressed this initial bit and said, "Well, Indio, I've never spoken to you ever. You've never spoken to me. I don't know if you ever heard me ever say anything, but Skinny Vet's just told you, who I am and given you this image of who I am." And Indio said he'd heard before I spoke. He said, "Oh yeah, I've heard about him from a couple of other people." And I said, "So a couple of other people have also told you, and yet I've never spoken to you." So this is what's going on. People are poisoning the well, and it makes things very difficult for me. So that was the previous. So when they'd open my mic, that was where it says, "Here we go, welcome to Elder Bear." That's where we are.
Yeah.
And then I got to,
So did you mention that? Did you mention that you had no idea that they were writing any of this because you couldn't access the chat?
Not at that time.
Yeah, I think
not at that time. A bit later.
Yeah, but I mean, what I'm saying is they're writing this in the chat that you can't see, but it is being broadcast live at the time, and you don't know.
No, what I found was I was server muted, so I couldn't speak. And when I went onto the voice text bubble, it just rerouted me through to the lobby, and I'd sent a couple of questions through there. Nobody replied. I said I did have VC permission, and I don't know what's happened. Have I got to, I didn't know whether I got to VC verify again. Can you update me on my status? And nobody replied. So, from my position and my point of view, I couldn't see the live chat, and I'd been there the night before, and they'd got into a big argument with me that I was being obfuscating, and I said I can't even see the chat, but they didn't want to hear. They never even listened to me say, "Listen, I can't see it. You're telling me I'm lying, but I can't actually see what you're saying, so I don't know what you're talking about." So I couldn't see this. I was just talking.
Yeah, so obviously you've been around there for a few times, right? Asking questions. And
I mean, the first time I went,
the same question. Have you had an answer?
No. And the first time I went there, it was just I asked a question. Somebody said they'd made some observations. Somebody else said it was proof, and I said, "Can you clarify?" This lady said it was observation she made, and you said it was proof. So, can you clarify for me whether it's evidence, whether it's proof or an observation? And well, it wasn't long. That's when I first got server muted for asking that. I just wanted to clarify what you're saying. That was all.
We should listen to a little bit more of this.
Yeah, go on.
Just
go on.
to see what's going on.
Unlike what Skinny said, I wasn't a flat earther and then turned out of anything, all right? I just came along, somebody said, I heard people talking about the flat earth thing, and I just went to look and hear what people had got to say to see if it was bullshit, like they said people were, flat earthers are, crazy, and make my own decision. And they said you have to discern between what you believe and what you know, right? And so I'm not really interested in the globe thing anymore, because I can see, well, that's obviously a load of rubbish, and there's a load of stuff that people talk about that they haven't got a clue about all day. Gas pressure without a container, blah blah blah. Nobody can go there. It's just that is what's gravity. Nobody's got the answer. They just nuh-uh all day, nuh-uh. So you've got to look at reality and try and work out from there some principles. Try and find some proof for something and work out.
Gravity's a horrible idea.
Yeah, but that's a whole
gravity thing is just a horrible idea, man. It's a sloppy idea. Okay, you said it yourself. They taught your child.
I don't go there.
Well, just hold on, just a second. They said they taught us about gravity. Newton discovered gravity when an apple fell from a tree. Now, how do you go from an apple falling from a tree to everything gets formed into a ball, pulled to the center, mass attracts mass? That is a leap of logic, right?
Okay, so this is one of the problems that he's talking about, right? Now, Elderbear has practical experience of dealing with this with his child at school. Someone tell me why he needs Indio to introduce the same problem that he's already explained to the teacher of his child. I don't see where this is going. I think you've already explained that and you're not interested in the globe. So why does he need to be explaining this sort of thing? And this is part of the problem within this arena. Elderbear isn't asking to how you explain to go from gravity to a ball, because it's a ridiculous thing. It doesn't even make any sense. If the question he's asking doesn't make any sense. Skinny Vet in the chat. He's still about to go.
That shows you how, and listen, you can do this with Goldbergs all day. They conflate big G, little g, right? So just ask them, is gravity the cause of the effect?
No.
You just watch them chase their fucking tail for 3 hours.
That's
right?
you.
Gravity's
That's
a horrible
you and them.
idea.
Yeah, but that's you and them, and that's your discussion. That's not mine. And Skinny's telling you that I'm this and I'm that, and he hasn't got a bloody clue about me at all. Just that he made some really nasty claims.
As we discussed last time, Elderbear, as we discussed last time, how about you leave my fucking name out of it?
So, here we go. How about you leave my name out of it? Now, Skinny is always there whenever anybody says anything. I've been there. I've been in that experience. I've seen it. I know how this occurs. Elderbear is just pointing out that Skinny Vet is the one that's poisoning the well already. And now he doesn't want his name mentioned.
You are
because you
talking to India.
You are the one that instructed this room about me, Skinny. You are the one who told Indio all about
He's
me.
the only one, dude.
All right, but you never spoke to Indio.
I didn't get my opinion from Skinny Vet.
Why did you?
I didn't really have an opinion.
Why don't you get your opinion from me? Like you said, the horse's mouth.
I am.
You said no, you're not. You just listened to other people before you even came here. You got that picture of me from someone. Now, look, I'm not interested in the things you're interested in.
Dude, don't think I'm so fucking narrow-minded as for you. Like someone tells me something about somebody,
you just said you'd heard it. You'd heard it.
Dude, is that all you do? Is fucking overtalk people? Is that all you do? Like seriously?
Is that all you do? It does sound familiar, this, doesn't it? It's an excuse. It's an out of the conversation. Really, he doesn't. I don't think he wants you around there. I've experienced it myself.
Seriously? So, listen, real close. It's important. Right. Someone might told me, you freaking eat babies or fucking whatever. But if I talk to you, I'm going to form my own opinion about you. I don't lock in on shit and just like, oh, I'm going to just believe this forever. Right? I'm going to form my opinion about what you do. Maybe I'm going to form a different opinion than Skinny Vet.
So what he's saying here, he's got an opinion about Elderbear. Not about his arguments, not about the words he's saying, about the person. I don't tend to do that. I can't see the point.
They supposedly were talking about gravity, but
Yeah.
now they are talking about Elderberg.
Yes. Very quickly it changed. And part of the problem within this arena, because when people are confronted with this type of attitude, it becomes very personal. And it wasn't a personal conversation. He was trying to find out information so he could help. But now it's become personal. Very quickly. Because I think they're defending Skinny Vet for some reason. But this is the way that this narrative, I think in the back rooms, there are people that don't want to be asked questions. And this is a way for them to get out of being asked these questions. Because they don't have answers. And it can be bad in an arena for the people that have generated so-called arguments, for them to be asked questions that they don't have an answer to, or they cannot give an answer, because that would implicate them in the midst of a contradiction. It would show, it would expose them.
More of a different opinion than the other person that said fucking you're a fucktard. Like I'm gonna draw my own opinion, okay, about you.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Right. But
I think their characterization is a little bit off. I don't think you're being super pedantic. I think you're being fucking a little bit obtuse, but that's, whatever.
Yeah, but, he did this. I didn't. He came and told you a lot of stuff about me, and I'm saying that that's not true. All right?
Okay, good.
Now you have a discussion with you can talk with the Glober all day about gravity if you want, but I'm not interested in that. All right.
What are you interested in?
I can see that's a pointless argument. I'm interested in reality, right? So
okay.
Then there's the other side of the fence, the guys who said the Earth is flat. So I am trying to apply the same thing.
And I'm trying to get the bounds of flat for you.
I'm talking. I'm trying to apply the same thing. What do you believe and what do you know to your statements about, or anybody else who talks about the flat Earth and says it's this and that? Because if you hold the knowledge, I'm trying to seek it. And if I was to be able to stand on the same claim that the Earth is measured flat and repeat that to someone, I need to really know that within me. Otherwise, I'm lying, and I don't want to be doing what the teacher's doing to my daughter. Right? I want to be doing something different, and that's what I hear. A lot of people in this forum are repeating stuff they haven't got a clue about because they heard it from somebody else. Like, if you go east, you're going in a circle.
Well, I mean, depends on what you mean by east, because it gets that ends up in minutia. Because east has there's 3 different types of cardinal directions. So, I mean, east don't.
3 different types of cardinal directions. Has anyone ever heard of that?
I was scared to even get into it. I was thinking, shit, what's he going on about? Does he know something I don't? I wasn't really sure what he was talking about.
Cardinal directions. I would imagine that's a surprise to anybody listening to it. There's cardinal directions of north, south, east, and west. 3 different types of them, apparently.
Go on.
No, go on.
Well, just previous to that, when he was sort of assessing me and said he was prepared to make an opinion. He said, you're not being as bad as they said you were. You're a bit obtuse. But I'd only explained about my daughter.
Yeah.
I hadn't even had asked him a question at all. So I can't see how obtuse I'd been at that point.
Yeah, that can only have come from somebody saying that to him, beforehand. Only as far as I can see. But I might be looking into it a bit more. But your reputation must precede you, sir. But this is the problem. You don't know what's going on in back channel chat.
Exactly.
And there's a lot of that sort of stuff that does actually go on that you're not privy to. You're just a guy coming around asking questions. But it's obvious that they've talked about you in these back channels. And this is Indio. He's one of the superstars, the OGs of this. 24/7 Discord.
Hello all. I don't mean to interrupt. May I ask, is this this link to this particular video? If someone could put it in the side chat for me, that would be fantastic. Apologies to interrupt.
Yeah, I can put it in the Discord for you. If somebody else can put it into the YouTube chat.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I got
we
it.
are this is a 11-hour 40-minute stream, and we are at 7 hours 5 minutes on the video at the minute.
It's in on the YouTube live chat for those of you who are
I
interested.
gotcha.
Thank you very much. It's gonna Skinny Vet has just posted, waiting for Indio to flat slap this douchebag. If that's not poisoning the well, or cheering for his team, let's say. And now I don't think anything has got there's been any reason for anybody to flat slap anybody within the conversation that's occurred so far. So Skinny Vet, for him to put that in the chat, lets you know that there are people playing a different game. It's not just a conversation.
Mean the exact same thing. So this is a perfect time to bring this up, right? So east, if you look in the dictionary, where does the sun rise on the equinox?
That was 3 different models of the cardinal directions. I'd hazard a guess, right? There is a dogmatic globe, there's a flat earth, and there's the traditional north, south, east and west that everybody imagines that's not part of this particular arena. The one that most people have as being perpendicular, the one that you see on a compass. That's the cardinal directions I would imagine everybody is imagining when they hear cardinal directions. But Indio's here, it's got 3 different types of it. Now, I would suggest that 2 of them have been completely made up within this arena for the 2 individual sides of the false dichotomy. And the one that they don't want to talk about is the one that everybody else outside of this arena would imagine cardinal directions as being. The traditional north, south, east and west.
That is defined as east. But then there's the east of the compass. So that's also east. And then there's the east according to the latitude and longitude coordinate system. All 3 of these coordinate systems, you know what? They don't actually coincide with each other.
So if you go east...
When someone says go east and go into a circle, what does that mean, right?
So he's just said that 3 of the cardinal directions don't coincide with each other. What does that mean? Cardinal directions. And 2 of them, all 3 of them don't coincide with each other. I would suggest anyway, that 2 of them might have been made up. And because they don't coincide with the traditional perpendicular north, south, east and west. Just my 2 penneth worth.
Well, that's what I hear said. That's what I've heard said. So if you go east, do you think that you will go west?
No. I think if you go east, right, and if you use the east as determined by where the sun rises on the equinox, you will go in a fucking circle. No doubt about it.
So if you go east, will you eventually come back to where you started?
Yes.
So
that's a definitive yes. You return to where you started from.
It's a circle then?
Yes.
Well then...
Let's say you did this, right? Okay, where's the sunrise on the equinox? You got the fucking...
This is one of the models, right? East is the same circle as west. They're just different directions. That's Indio's flat Earth cardinal direction.
Plane, right? And it's the equinox. And you're going to the direction of where it rose on the equinox. And as soon as the sun's out of sight, you freaking land the plane. You wait for a year, wait for the sun to fucking come up, fly again to where what sun rose on the equinox. You're going to end up going in a circle.
Yeah, but the cardinal directions are perpendicular, aren't they? East and west is perpendicular to north and south, yeah?
Yes.
So,
but you have to have that first cardinal direction from which you measure all the other cardinal directions. And as far as where you start, right? One starts with which way does the compass point? Okay, the compass points 90 degrees from that is east. Okay, which way is Polaris? 90 degrees from that is east. Where does the sun rise on the equinox? We're going to call that east. Where's north, south, east, west? 180 degrees from that. 90 degrees from that is north. 90 degrees from that is south.
Yeah, but
right. So this is how we set it up, right?
But they're perpendicular. How can they go in a circle?
Oh God, dude.
A perfectly valid question. And he's already calling for his divine intervention. It's not coming. It's my understanding too that north, south, east and west are perpendicular. Perpendiculars don't curve into a circle. They're straight lines. The geometric relationship of perpendicular states that they're two straight lines at right angles to each other. Neither of them could become a circle.
I would have a slight objection to that because it refers to let's say to observer being stationary. So I think that people many times are confusing motion of the sun with direction. So direction is not motion. So for me, it is not contradiction to say that the sun is moving in a circle and you can still have where you are a straight line direction east-west. For me, it is not a problem. And by the way, if someone is saying that cardinal, it is for me, it would be from cardo. Cardo is just pivot. So it is rotating for me. So
they can't really be like Indio says, they can't be perpendicular.
Yes, for me they can, because he is confusing the path of the sun. Because if you have the point where the sun is rising and point where the sun is setting, you can draw a straight line between these 2 points. And this will be just east-west direction, straight line, no problem for me. Because you are judging sunset and sunrise from your position where you are. You are not moving. The sun is moving. So,
well, but Indio has it as being a circle, not a straight line.
Yes, because he is confusing motion of, as I said before, he's confusing motion of the sun with 2 points, sunset and sunrise. These points are points, so you can draw a straight line between them.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah,
no
I would say
me.
the same as you, Paper. As for everybody's understanding, north, south, east, and west are perpendicular. If you say the sun rises in the east, sets in the west, then, like Paper says, that's perpendicular to that would be called north and south. Now, whether that coincides with what you imagine north and south to be, that relies on you having some sort of schema, right? Some sort of a map a model as to what that actually means. And I don't think people in the outside of this arena have ever actually thought about it any more than that. But to me, it seems like what Indio's done is he's placed a center point somewhere in order to make the circle. In fact, he must have placed a center point somewhere to make a circle that I don't think anybody actually does in the real world. I mean, that's open for everybody else to have those sort of things. I know I didn't ever imagine, and I still don't, there is a point that I could put at the center of everything.
No, I can't have this point, and this point is just light in the sky called Polaris. So pole star or north star.
But that's not at the center of everything, is it?
No, it's just
it's just a light in the sky.
Not of everything. It's I would say that it can be said that this is in the center of motion of the stars, because we can see that stars are evolving around Polaris.
Yeah, but in the daytime, we've just explained the sun going from east to west.
Yes, but sun and moon seemingly they are revolving also around this, let's say, the same axis.
Around Polaris, I don't see that. I don't see that either. Polaris is a light in the sky, and the sun doesn't ever get anywhere near that. The motion of the sun, to me, isn't related to that. They're two separate things.
In a sense that the sun is not fixed. He's going rather in spiral way from tropic to tropic. But in that sense, it is not a circle. But it is still around this. I would say this pivot, this axis. And this axis is described by Polaris. For me, that's my description, as I can see that. So, and it has nothing to do with magnetic north, because people knew that this Polaris is north star before they use compass. So.
Yeah, I find it strange to sort of mentally, the sun rises over there, right? So if I head to where the sun rises and I keep doing that, at some point you're going to end up where you started. To me, I can't get my mind to do that. I can't make a circle doing that. I can't end up where I started from.
Okay, but sun.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Sorry, Paper. You go first.
But sun. Okay, maybe you cannot imagine yourself going with the sun, but it is not a strange thing to think that the sun itself is going in a circle.
Yeah, I don't want to get into these particular conversations about why these particular arguments are. They don't make any sense to me. And us going over them doesn't make any sense either, because I know there will be people making videos and misrepresenting what we're saying here. And I don't want that to occur anymore. So I'm not having this conversation. I can't see where he gets a circle from, but he does. He gets a circle, much like you, Paper. You get a circle. I can't work it out, but I do. Go on, Rob, please be quick. Are you around, Rob? No, obviously, he might be talking to his boss. But you can see here, Skinny Vet has just put another comment in, and it says, Oh, there's quite a lot in it. Yeah. Waiting for Indio to flat slap this douchebag. Patience, my young apprentice, from somebody called Matey Tricks. And then Jedi says another
Matrix, but it's a really weird way. It's like you're doing Matrix.
Yeah, Matey Tricks. Then Jedi, who's another OG from 24/7. He says another remedial conversation with this twat. I don't get.
You talking about me?
Yeah, that's what he is. Yeah. Like, there's no poison in the well occurring here. And then Skinny Vet says, we've all done it, just haven't heard Indio do it yet. That's referring back to the flat smacking. And then Skinny Vet says, just so, Jedi Fuckmaster, Indio is discovering the nature of being graced with his presence. Jedi Fuckmaster. Where's that come from?
Mm-hmm.
What's that? I don't even know what that is. Oh, come on, we'll carry on for the conversation.
Because it's a local, it's not a universal East.
Yeah, but who in history do you know who placed Polaris above a certain point on the Earth? Who was that? Who did that? Can you tell me, or is it just something you believe?
Well, I mean, listen. I actually do not know that, and I've actually brought this up myself.
Right, so he doesn't know it either, and he's brought it up himself. Yet, he's got a circle. So, he's got a circle that he doesn't know where it comes from. I'm going to skip this a little bit more, because this is what we're after. He's looking at this chat. Jedi Fuckmaster.
Well, I'll still get my hourly rate, even if you fast forward.
I'm trying to... I'm going to have to play it just so we see.
You're thinking of like horizontal. You're thinking of I have a freaking map, right? You're thinking of like the Mercator map or some shit.
Were you thinking of a Mercator map?
I wasn't thinking of any map at all at the time. Yeah. No.
Wondering where we got a circle from.
Yeah, exactly.
No, because what I hear is that when people go east, they're going in a circle, like you just said. But they're perpendicular. The directions are perpendicular. So how do you go in a circle?
Do you know what perpendicular is? Yeah, locally perpendicular.
So how do you
means that the north-south line that's perpendicular to me, east-west, right where I'm at, is not perpendicular as some other. That direction is not perpendicular to east-west as some other location.
Why not?
Fuck if I know.
There you go. Pretty good. It seems to not follow the laws of geometry, right? Perpendicular is not perpendicular somewhere else. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? Well, I don't know whether it sounds familiar to Elder Bear just yet, but to me, that sounds.
That's why I giggled, but I didn't. I do say so.
Yeah. Vertical and horizontal, anyone? Similar sort of thing.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot built on this fucked if I know, though, isn't there?
But
you're telling me that the cardinal directions go in a circle, and you imagine that if you go east, you'll eventually come back to where you started. Sounds like the globe.
That's because your orientation relative to other, like, okay, so.
But you don't know that.
I don't know how to explain this. Listen, no, because
you don't know. You just said you don't know.
Listen to me. Real simple, dude. Okay, we can use a spatial reference, right? So I gave you 3 cardinal directions. These are different spatial references.
Different spatial references. What's that sound like? Does that sound like the difference between Newton and Einstein? Different spatial references. It does sound similar to that sort of thing. It means nothing, right? But it, just confusing.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly meant nothing to me. I mean, you know, I was kind of thinking at the same time, does it mean something to somebody? That doesn't mean anything to me right now.
Spatial reference is the origin of coordinates, right? So the origin of coordinates in geographic latitude and longitude is based upon the celestial sphere and the way the stars move.
Celestial sphere. Fair enough.
The origin of coordinates in the compass is based upon the direction of the compass, the direction it points. In the other coordinate system, it's based upon where the sun is. So we can compare these different coordinate systems to each other, right? And know that our orientation is changed in one coordinate system relative to some other coordinate system, right? And this is how we deduce that our orientation is changed in that east also changes relative in this particular in one particular coordinate system, such as the where the sun rises on the equinox. We know we're changing our orientation because our orientation relative to the other two coordinate systems is changing.
When I hear orientation, I don't see east and west as being an orientation. I don't see north and south being an orientation. But maybe that's just me. I don't know what other people are thinking. Don't know what you're meant to think.
Okay, that's how we know we're going in a circle.
Right.
I know this is fucking too much for fucking badly fucking Luddites to comprehend that there's something called coordinate systems. And they're fucking arbitrary. We can just pick any fucking random coordinate system. We can use skewed coordinate systems. We can use fucking spirals. We can use anything we choose, dude. They're conventions. They don't mean anything fundamentally.
But not in the flat Earth model. It's perpendicular, same as latitude and longitude is perpendicular to each other. It's a grid system that's used in navigation.
No, dude.
That's how what Oakley told me. When I asked Oakley about that, that's what he said. No, but I'm just telling you. No, I'm not saying you're listen. I'm not saying.
He's asking you to go and see Nathan Oakley. Now, you did that today.
I did.
I think you got muted. You got a similar sort of response to this.
Yeah, I got talked down to. I didn't get muted today. Yeah. I just got talked over and shouted at and called all sorts of terrible things. And yeah.
You're Nathan Oakley, but that's within the forum, and people are repeating that. And a skinny vet, he said the Earth was measured flat because Nathan Oakley said that, and so I asked him, well, how did you do it? To see what his version. That was just an example, all right, of the latitude.
Convention. We just all agreed we're going to set up this fucking coordinate system. We're going to use this as a spatial reference that's common to wherever. And like if you observe it here, we're going to use this coordinate system to determine.
Just appeared at the bottom of the screen. It says, like nails on a chalkboard, Indio. Don't say I didn't warn you, mate. Sounds like somebody's had a chat beforehand. Maybe poisoned the well with some sort of a warning.
Hang on, is that not what he accused Eldebert of doing?
Yes.
Weird that, isn't it? Yeah. Weird.
And just above there where it says, where on this dole did Nathan Oakley hurt you? I do see that quite a lot. It's this kind of idea that somewhere, there's some abuse happened to you. It's a common kind of thing on all sorts, all servers, it seems. You see this quite a lot, oh, why are you upset about, tell us about the abuse you suffered. So where on this bed did they touch you, or where on this doll, and that's quite a common thing. That's it's kind of just trying to put down, really.
But he didn't want to talk about Nathan Oakley and what Nathan Oakley had said. Doesn't want to have to answer for things that Nathan Oakley said. But I guess Nathan Oakley's just another flat earther, a pretty public flat earther. I mean, he got upset at a video today because somebody was saying something about flat earthers, and Nathan Oakley took it personal. like he was talking to Nathan Oakley in specific, that he didn't say that about flat Earth. He was really upset about it. These guys here switching it backwards and forwards.
No location, right? But in this other coordinate system, we're going to use something else. But we can go between these coordinate systems. We can jump back and forth. We can compare them.
He can jump back and forth between coordinate systems that are changing, arbitrary. So he's just told you his argument isn't static. It's not coming from a certain point. It can be sweeping, changing at will. At will. Oh, wait a minute. I think I might have missed something there.
Get from point A to point B. You can use the abstraction that the North Pole is in the center and that the Polaris is above it. Whether that is physically true is unknown and unproven.
See the gift.
Right. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
I'm interested in reality.
What's wrong with that?
Well, because you're repeating that and saying that is so on the flat Earth. That
I just said
that Polaris is above
what did
the
I
North
just
Pole,
say?
and it's
Did you hear what I just?
And if you go east, you go in a circle.
I just said it wasn't.
You just said if you go east. You said if you go east, you come back to yourself. So
yeah, the coordinate system. Yes. Then you'll come back physically in the same place. Yes, you will.
So what's the center of that?
Look, listen. If I say you have the Eiffel Tower, right? And I point my arm at my left arm at the Eiffel Tower. None of the stars look like they move. Can we use?
Right now, this is where we really get into it. There's a chat, somebody called Super Monkey Ball, who actually has been in this server. He didn't say anything like he's going to put in here at the minute to us.
He was, for everyone out there, he came in here and he was talking just like we all are in here every day. No nastiness, no name calling. Everyone got along nice. We had some, great conversations. And then the next thing we know is he goes away from here. He leaves the server, and this is the kind of thing that he now posts about this server.
Yeah, remember, Elder Bear, although he's here with us now, he's just talking to Indio. That's all he's doing. And Super Monkey Ball says, nice. Bev actually scares me, as I've only ever seen narcissistic manipulators on TV. He's got people following him like he's Charlie Manson. I hope Elder Bear figures it out and snaps out of it, as fundamentally we believe the same thing.
Damn, I have my wife back.
Do you fundamentally believe that I'm a narcissistic manipulator?
I don't
know. Well, no, absolutely not.
Why do we need to follow anybody? Like, what's this whole followers? Why am I? Because I share a server with Bev, and to be honest, I'm the one who set up the server, not this one, but the original server. So in what way is everybody following Bev? Can someone please explain that to me? Because we all made a choice. I made a server. We went off and did things on our own. Always been a group effort. Bev just has the YouTube channel. All right. And he goes out and does a lot of talking to people. And now for some reason, anybody in this server is following Bev. The logic.
I scare this person. I scare this person. Or that's the impression he wants to give. Now, bear in mind, I'm not in there. I'm not in that server. I'm not talking to them. I'm nowhere near the place. So why is this person bringing out conversations like that? What does that mean? What are people meant to think? Like I say, Super Monkey Ball used to come in here every now and again, have a conversation. He never mentioned anything about how scared he was about narcissism. Perhaps he's a bit, you know, he might be a bit of a weak person, not being able to stand up to people and actually say what he thinks. But, I mean, he's brave enough to type it into a live stream to let other people see it. He's not brave enough to actually come in here and say anything like this face to face, if you will, through a chat. But, I mean, how often has this happened? Like, it's only because Elder Bear was over there and we went over this video that I ended up seeing this. I mean, could he have been doing this in multiple servers? Is this what you call libel? Or is this just his opinion? Do you think anybody's ever going to question Super Monkey Ball, whether he's whether it's a baseless claim or not? Or do you reckon this is what he's giving the impression to everybody?
Bev, he's done it. He said to that's how it works. He's on their team, right? When one of the team members says something about somebody, then all the other team members will adopt that same opinion. And that's what happens. That's how they shut down. So if you go against any one of them, or, you know, ask any one of them questions, then they will go round and do this kind of thing. So when you then try and go and talk to people, they've already been warned, told all about you. And most of it is, I mean, like that guy. Whereas absolute blatant lies. So
yeah, I just wish people would be able to actually come and have the conversation, because that's what the interesting conversations. We get down to the nitty gritty, if you will. Let's hear what you have with problems. If you're going to go round saying everyone that I'm scaring you, at least have the guts to come and have a conversation and stand up for yourself. Let us know why you're scared. I don't want to be scaring people. I just want to have a conversation. If it's conversations, if that's what scares you, then why are you hanging around in Discord chats? Why are you trying to poison the well if actual communication scares you?
So, Bev.
Yeah.
Hello. My name is Geeks.
All right, Geeks.
Hello, Bev.
Hello, Geeks.
Hello, Geeks. Hello, Sydney. So, Sydney, and where's your boyfriend, Sid?
Napping, doesn't matter.
Oh, okay, never mind. So, Sydney and Turquoise will back me up when I say this, but they're very frightened of Geeks. Very frightened of me.
I'm shivering.
No, not you, Sido. I'm not talking about the concave ones. I'm talking about the flatty ones.
Oh, all right.
Sydney
then continue.
will back me up. Yeah, thank you. Sydney will back up, but they do the same thing to everyone.
What, they get scared of people?
And scared is... To be scared, it means you have to be, you mean...
No, this guy's
reach
wrote. He says,
a level of fear.
Bev actually scares me. That's what it says.
He was using that as a derogatory.
Yeah, he says, nice, Bev actually scares me, as I've only ever seen narcissistic manipulators on TV. So he thinks I scare him.
Comment.
Publicly stated it.
So that's part of what I wanted to ask you about. Who is this Super Monkey Ball anyway?
Oh, he's an enigma to me. I'm sure Bev knows more. Yeah.
He's just a guy from the UK. That's all we know, really. He used to come in here occasionally to have conversations. Now, we did have conversations about all sorts of different things. He never mentioned how scared he was.
He's not relevant. He's kind of irrelevant though, isn't he? He's kind of like.
Well, he's the one that's poisoning the well,
isn't he?
in this chat for these people. Now, you may not think it's that much, but in this particular arena, this, I'm pretty sure, is a very common occurrence of people talking like this, as explained within the back rooms of Skinny Vet explaining what Elder Bear's like. Elder Bear's just gone there for a conversation also, like I try and do. I want to improve my rhetoric. I bet Elder Bear wants to do similar. The only way you do that is through dialectic.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely don't experience what Super Monkey Ball's experiencing there. I'm not sure if they fundamentally believe in the same thing as whether it means about you or about his position on flat Earth. But more the point for me at the moment was this just happened. I was just there. This just happened in the moment, you know, because there are also people who said that I'm doing this on purpose to trigger people to get some content, you know, and that's not so. I just happened to be there, and previous to this, a funny thing went on because they played Jaren's song, "The NASA Man," and as they came to the end of it, is when somebody mentioned my name, said, "Oh, Elder Bear's here. Maybe we'll open the mic," and say, "Oh, you don't want to do that." That's when Skinny Vet started talking, and only the day before that, I'd been thinking about the NASA Man song, and I thought, and I put some words to it for Skinny Vet, right? I don't know, it was just there as I was walking along, I was thinking about it, and I just thought, oh, should I do it? You know. So when they opened the mic, I sang my version of the NASA Man song, only it was about Skinny Vet, and that's what. And later on, you know, after I'd spoke, I sort of came over and had a chat with Emma about, I think it was about dogs or washing machines or something, you know, quite normal and mundane. And I said, "Oh, you never guess what happened." And well, in fact, I think she heard it on the YouTube stream at the same time. She'd been listening, just doing her daily stuff, and it was playing on the background, I guess. And it was funny. And I said, "Oh, you must have a listen to it," you know. And that's where this came from, because I hadn't actually seen the text. I couldn't see that. But when Bev played the video, I said, "Oh, we'll have to have a listen to that." That's when he noticed the back chat.
No. Hang on. I'm sorry. I have to take credit for this.
Let me go to the toilet.
Oh,
you two have a chat.
We go on then. I'm not going to fight with you, Eb.
No, I know, but it's always Bev. Everything gets put on Bev. But no, it was me that I was watching the chat and I saw what they were typing about you, and I asked you whether you'd seen it, and you said no. And that's how we worked out with what they were saying, and then we matched up the text chat. Sorry, I don't mean to be an arsehole, but
no.
I am useful for something.
Yeah. I mean,
sorry.
I'm just trying to remember those details, but yeah, you're right, Em. Yeah, that is what happened, and that's how, you know, I became aware of what was being written. I didn't know that at all, but then, of course, as you can see, it includes Bev, so. You know, it takes a bit further out of my hands in a sense. And Bev's saying, "Well, hang on, what are they talking about me for?" I mean, what's written there? Charlie Manson. I mean,
yeah, but they don't matter, do they? They're kind of irrelevant people, aren't they? Like they don't matter.
They yeah. The thing is, right?
You can say,
hang on. Right, you can say that. I got thick skin. I don't give a shit what any of these people say about me. But when you look at the bigger picture, and you come into this as a new person looking for information and whatever, and you have to work your way through and navigate all of this stuff and all of these people, you get to learn and see a few things. And this is how one of the tactics that they use to get rid of people who ask questions.
Yeah, I agree.
Right?
I agree.
And this is what we're pointing out. Like, none of us care what any of them think of us. Right,
I'm not sitting here.
We don't care.
Yeah, I'm not whinging and moaning and say, "Poor me." I mean, it's water off a duck's back. This stuff, I'm not
Fair
that.
enough.
We're doing this
skin.
is like we're doing this because hopefully maybe the odd person will come across it and it will be helpful for them because they've been through what we have and they can go, oh shit, yeah, there's other people, because otherwise you feel you're the only one and
Like
you just
you're
disappear
isolated.
off.
Well,
Yeah,
so
it's
actually,
also-
Bev, I just want to clarify. I think it was something that you raised, which is like, come and have a chat with me. It's like kind of getting them out of their little room where they have the power, the little mute button. I don't know if you've ever come across it, but somehow I and another chap have been able to start that off. We've got some of them to come into mute ground for a while. One of them was Crit.
Crit'll go anywhere.
Yeah, that's an
okay.
interesting topic. Yeah.
And Crit was in here. Crit was in here until we asked him to not keep posting the same thing, and then he left the server, and that was about 2 weeks ago.
Oh, fair enough. Then in that case, it's not that impressive. Then in that case,
Yeah, I've talked to most people, right? But I mean, like you say, my interest wasn't for the circular argument. It was about the social aspect of it and how to me better to explain to my son how he's going to survive within. I don't know. Well, social, like there's not much socializing for him to be done because that seems to have been cut out of society now.
Who's your son? Who's your son? Who's your son?
That's my son. What?
Oh, Elder Bear is your son. That is your son.
Yeah, Dad.
Yeah.
No.
No, my son is my son. It's irrelevant to it, right? I'm just here to try and help my son survive as an adult in modern times. Now, most of that is going to occur within the internet aspect of it, in communicating like we are doing now. Right? Now, if he happens to say the wrong thing to the wrong person, or the right thing to the wrong person, or the right thing to the right person, it's hard to say what that's going to be. But if he ends up asking somebody like Nathan Oakley a question that Nathan Oakley can't answer, then what would come back would be a stream of abuse, much like's occurring in here. It doesn't take much for these sort of occurrences to happen, right? It's happened all the time. And it's become normal for people to call people retards, or, me personally, I've been called child abuser. I've been called retard by all sorts of people. It doesn't really matter. I think I've been called by everyone.
Oh no, hang on, you just got called or likened to Charlie Manson, and you also got called Lord Voldemort the other day, and I think that was by the same lot of people. So,
you don't want your son to be sheltered, right? You want him to build resilience.
Yeah, that's why I'm here. Right, I've put myself purposely in the position to experience what he may have by just asking certain questions. Now, these aren't complicated questions, and there shouldn't be. It shouldn't be difficult to at least converse about these things. But certain people, it seems like they can't even accept the question, and that's what we're dealing with.
Do you think they're for real?
I think it's real. The sort of angst and animosity that he's felt from people. Yeah.
No. Do you think those weirdos, those flat earthers, with all of their
it's not just the flat earthers. That's the thing. It's
whoa.
The flat earthers. I've had.
That is a fair question. We've all asked that. To be fair, I mean, but yeah, because it's on both sides. It's like, well, shit. Is that what? Is that a human? No, I get it. I totally get it.
It's the globers. When you actually look at it, the people
I'm a glober.
that stay,
I'm a glober.
yeah, but okay. How long have you been around?
About 5 minutes.
Everyone's
okay, exactly. Hang on. Yeah, but exactly. You're not what I class as the hardcore glober. I would call Scott Mackey, all of the ones that have been around for years. They talk the same nonsense, and they will sit in the flat Earth servers discussing the shape of the Earth with flat Earthers, right?
You should see me work. You should see me work then.
I know, but it makes them. There's no progression, right? If you're still here in 5 years doing the same thing, I will say to you, you are just as ridiculous as the flat earthers you are arguing against.
Oh, yeah, and I'd agree with you. I hope I'm not going to be doing that. I hope I'm not.
That's what I mean. It's that both sides have got to a point now where they're as ridiculous as each other, and it's just a big show that's put on to try and draw naive people in to, oh, look, all these people over here have got the answers when clearly they have none.
I couldn't have said it better myself, girl. Thanks, Emma.
Do you think that they're laughing? Do you think that they are that logically
I'm not a psychoanalyst. I don't think any of us are, but she said it so well that's exactly my point. Yeah, exactly.
I won't say anything more then.
You sound
Although I bet you we would all be damn good psychoanalysts, but that's not on our payroll, right? We just sit here, and we have like our own abroad version of like Mystery Science Theater 3000, breaking down and commenting on all of the buffoonery going. It's so funny.
Say this isn't about the argument.
Yeah,
because there is no arguments ever made. This is about the inability to access and communicate. Really,
that's why I'm saying you should see me work.
The point here is that Super Monkey Ball has actually been in here, like you are now, geeks, right? And we're talking, we're having a conversation. You may agree, we may disagree. It doesn't really matter, but we can have a conversation. Now, I wouldn't expect you to go away from here to start to tell everybody that, you're actually scared of me or something like that. I mean, that sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? Some people think that it's okay for them to do that, though.
Yeah, but he's looking for points. He wants to be liked by this group. I mean, I kind of feel bad for him because that's all he's got.
What? Talking about me when Elder Bear's in there actually talking to the guys that are in the VC, right? He's in there talking. He can't see this chat. Yet this is being broadcast live to YouTube. And he's not even in the conversation. He's not in there taking part of in the voice conversation. He's just typing it in the chat. He's listening. And typing this about somebody who also isn't in the chat. I'm not talking in this thing.
Yeah, I think I've come across Paul maybe once in my experience, but he's C tier debate anyway. He's one of the foot soldiers. He's cannon fodder. In my view, don't mean to be rude about people. But
you see, look in the chat there.
That's okay.
The Skinny Vet has replied to him with a thumbs up and says, I doubt it. Soy boy bitch gammers attract soy boy bitch gammers. There is no hope for this guy, mate. Now, I think he's talking about you, Elder Bear.
And also, geeks, you have a. I think you're far above S tier, as you called it. No, I think we're all an A team, and I think that we can all be the vehicle. Just to bring up an earlier talk, but yeah, no.
Wait, sorry. What was that about me? What was that mean about me being S tier?
I think that in that arena, they're all just trying to be A. They're all just trying to be A, but they're all subpar to you, and you don't have to look at yourself like an S tier. Like I don't look at you like that. So No, carry on, Bev. Sorry to interject. I was just trying to be a little uplifting
then
there.
you need stronger glasses then.
I'm already blind as a bat, my friend. I wear contacts, but yeah,
I can tell.
Is that Discord language there? S tier and all that. What's?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, S tier.
Yeah,
It's like, you know.
Yeah, it's a hierarchy.
They prey on the roles
I mean-
of the ego-minded people that seek roles and shit. And I even tell this to Turquoise often. I'm like, who gives a flying fuck? You know, just be yourself and be your name tier. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah,
try the try-thinking tier, the elder bear tier, the geeks tier. Fuck it, the Concord air flying tier. Fuck it. You know, just bring it. Just. I said it. Just bring it. And don't be unabashed about it, you know. That's it. Because they're all just gonna do their whole little sock puppet thing with their dicks in a sock and pretend like they're Red Hot Chili Peppers and shit, no matter what. That's my opinion. So
poetic.
Well, Super Monkey Ball replies to the soy boy bitch gamma thing comment with, there's a lot of people in this community that have been taken in at first by Bev's BS and within a few months figured it out that he is not about truth and he's a compulsive liar.
Bev, how could you?
I'm not even in the chat, right? I wouldn't even know.
I'm heartbroken that you're not a hardcore flat earther that would die for it with QE. I'm so
taking
mad.
people in. Unbelievable.
Just
Shame
talking
on
to
you,
people,
sir.
right? You've got to be aware that Super Monkey Ball, who is just like a person like you, right? So this is what I'm meant to think now, that anybody that comes in like you and Super Monkey Ball could possibly be walking away from here and typing this shit to other people. We could have a conversation.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. I should clarify, just to put your mind and everyone else's mind at ease. Why am I some guy on the internet? But I promise you all, that's not me.
Well, it's all right.
I will never do that.
I know it's not you. We've only just met you. You've come round today. But Super Monkey Ball has been coming round here for years. Not just once or twice. Like multiple times.
He's a spy then.
Well,
he's a spy then.
Anybody could be.
He was probably sent in.
That's what you.
Well,
that's what you learn from this arena.
One would think.
That's what you learn from this arena when people start doing this, is that you have to be aware that anyone you talk to could be talking shit behind your back. Publicly.
And also, in that same token, they also like to do the same thing. If they're not talking shit, they'll fork out and just do they'll send another distraction thing your way. So they'll do that too. They'll always do that.
Yeah, the other thing to...
Go on, sorry, Kev, go on.
I was just going to say, the other thing to consider in all of this, right, is that because of the false dichotomy in this arena, the false dichotomy in politics, I mean, false dichotomies in religion, all these different topics, right? You have, if you're not on my side, then you're not on my side. You're on the other side. And often what I've seen with people that have come in here is they may like some things that Bev or others in this server say, and they might stick around for a little while. But as soon as they find out that we're not on a side, then holy shit, this is what happens. Like Bev says.
Oh man, I disagree, Kevin, because I'm only here because you don't pick sides.
You are a special case, Rob. We've always said that about you, right? But going back to what Bev said, Super Monkey Ball, spinning monkey balls here. He's been in here. Like Bev says, he's had conversations with us before. I think he liked certain things, but I also think that he thought Bev was a flat earther and that we were all flat earthers. So did many other people that had been here for a long time. And once they really found out that we really aren't, like, we're not fucking lying. We are not flat earthers. We're not globe earthers either, but we're not flat earthers.
Yeah, but he
then they
doesn't have
they get
this.
upset.
He doesn't have this opinion of the globers, right? He's not going around
That's
saying this
no.
about the globers. I mean,
No,
this
because the
is a
globers aren't
special
on his
case.
side. Yes, but the globers aren't on his side. It's like watching somebody that you think you've been in love with commit adultery, right? Or cheat on you.
Yeah,
You
that was really yep,
spinning
that's it.
monkey balls thought you
And
maybe
you
thought you
saw
were a
it
flat
before
earther.
your own eyes. You saw it with
Yeah.
your face. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. So as soon, it doesn't matter what the globers think, right? That's he wouldn't treat the globers that way because they're already on that side. But this is, I thought you were on my side, Bev. And here you go. Now you're talking about the flat earthers are full of shit, and their arguments are horrible.
He's always known that we've never been flat earthers, right?
Did he really know? Yeah, did he really know though, or did he just
Kevin,
think? Yeah,
Kevin, that was a fantastic point because you'll realize, geeks, after you heard what Kevin just said, if you were listening, I know you were, that the second that he just said that. Once you're back in the 24/7 or any of the flat earth arenas, even Earth Awakening, they will use a specific example of watching your wife commit adultery on you with a neighbor and you witnessed it. They'll use it often. And it makes you wonder, it makes you wonder.
Yeah. I mean, look, possibility, Bev could be absolutely right, but I'm just giving you my experience since I've been around this arena. And if you don't take a side, or if people assume that you are on a given side and then you show with all clarity and sincerity that you're not, holy crap, look out.
Holy crap, indeed.
Thanks, geeks.
Yeah, thanks, Kev.
No,
I mean, sorry, who was that? Oh, well, for a lot of people, maybe this is maybe this is just entertainment. It's just entertainment for a lot of people. A lot of people are drunk, they're stoned, or droned, as I call it, because they just drone on and on. Maybe that's what it is for them, but it's maybe it's not such a big arena. But it is getting bigger. It doesn't just. It's not just here in 24/7. There's lots of groups of people talking about it. Sort of a TikTok, blah blah blah. And
it's even in American presidential speeches. So it's all over.
So for people coming into this to try and navigate their way through this, to try and because this has been sold as we're the truthers. We know what's really where it's really at. I hear people all the time thinking that they have some elevated position of consciousness and that, the normies don't get it. They're not going to get it. There's an eclipse coming in a couple of weeks. They're all going to be, they haven't even noticed. They haven't paid attention. And they're just sitting on the internet. They aren't doing anything either. It's just total rubbish. But, and for me, it's just a mirror of the society that I thought these people were trying to build something new as an alternative. It felt a bit like that in the beginning. I was kind of a bit uplifted after our illness we all suffered.
And they built false dichotomy. Yes.
Yeah.
This is
so for three,
what false opposition is doing all the time. So
and I felt a bit, maybe like a lot of people, a bit desperate, a bit dark. At the end of all that illness we had to suffer. And then I came across this, and it was a bit uplifting in the beginning. I said, "Oh wow, there's some people here who are searching for some truth here. They're pushing against the system." It felt like that in the beginning to me, and until I made further steps along the road. But for people who are coming into this, they're going to have to try and wade through here to try and find some truth. They're going to be, told, there's a contradiction in these ideas you've had, and for a lot of people I don't think they're that deep, but they become compounded here because the flat earthers will give you all the information you never knew about
that's
the globe.
honestly why I wanted geeks in here. I think he thinks that everybody's like on this weird ulterior thing, and I'm like, dude, you flew in a Concorde, remember? 78,000 feet. So I'm sitting here like, no, that's
68,
not
68,
right.
68.
So I'm just that's not. I think that Geeks has a really good mind. So thank you, Bev, and everybody for talking with him.
Yeah, I just.
By the way, I don't think everyone has ulterior motive. Just you, love. Just you.
Silly.
No, I just see.
But yeah,
that,
by the way, if anyone does want to like go against me as one of those hardcore globers, I'm all ears.
Yeah, this kind of behaviour I just see as a mirror of that society that we were trying to get away from, really. And they're hiding things. They've got this little group. There's a hierarchy of people who sit at the top. Not talking about you.
And the thing is, Stellarium Turquoise showed him the other night the orthographic view of the celestial sphere.
Well, we're not getting into that argument.
I know the actual argument. I know. I'm just saying.
There's no
argument.
Sorry,
no ulterior motive for me.
Bev,
It was glorious.
I could have sworn Geek said that he was a glober earlier. You labelled yourself a glober.
Yeah.
What else? What did you hear otherwise?
No, because you were just complaining. That was all. About you being a hardcore glober, and I'm not in a group. But you declared yourself a glober. Like it's same as if you declared that you were a flat earther, then the same as you would accuse them of. They take on everything that the flat earth stands for. So you declaring you're a glober, you take on all of the things the globers stand for.
The globe dogma. That's yours.
Yeah.
Do I?
With that label, you've labelled yourself.
Where? Hang on, I've heard about it. Where is all of this globe dogma? Because I haven't seen any of it. Do any of you have any links?
What can you tell me about this thing that makes you a glober?
Well, I'll wait. Hang on a sec. I don't want to like take over the room.
No, just tell us the main thing that assigns you to be able to give you this role of glober.
All right, I will. So, my personal experience, I was very fortunate in the sense that I got to fly on Concorde when it was still flying. So I saw the actual curve with my own eyes. Now, this was a while ago, and it's personal experience, and I don't expect anyone else to be convinced based on my personal experience.
So you've seen a curve through a plane window?
I've seen a curve through. Yeah, well, I was on a plane. There were windows on the plane.
Okay.
Because otherwise, it's not a very good plane. And then, I looked out the window and you see the curve.
Okay. So that is a thing that enables you to join yourself within a group, a globe-er. You put an ER at the end of it, right?
Hang on. He's right. Yeah, globe-er.
Right. So that puts you within a group.
Where is this group? Because I don't know where they are.
It was a group that you assigned yourself to, the globe-er group, which seems to be the group of people that can see curves through aeroplane windows.
At 68,000 feet, you can't just get on a plane.
Well, there's not going to be many people like that, right?
Well, yeah, correct.
So this globe-er that you are is much different than other people that call themselves globers.
I don't know. It sounds like you know more about it than I do.
Well, I don't know. Like, you called yourself that. You assigned yourself that role, glober. Nobody else gave you that role.
Okay, I'll renounce that, and I'm going to call myself a geeks. There you go.
I like that much better, but to the argument, for the sake of the room, you did say that many times.
Sure, yeah, colloquial language,
that may be a trigger word, right, to a flat earther, but it holds no relevance here because, like you said, all you've got is the sighting of a curve. I don't know. Were you a child?
Spot on, man.
It must have been a fair few years ago, so that's like, could that be a Mandela effect sort of thing?
Exactly, like bad memories as well. Like, you're absolutely right. But I'm not asking you to believe it based on my personal experience. But yeah, that I always lead with that because it's it's pretty unique, right? Not everybody can tell that story. I'm sure you'll agree. Whether it's true or not, or whether I'm misremembering
anybody
it,
could
right?
tell a story, right? Whether there's any evidence for it or anything like that.
No, there is. There's no evidence of you. No.
Because I would presume that you wouldn't have had like a mobile phone or to take pictures or anything.
You're correct.
So the best that you could ever do would be to show me a ticket.
I'm not sure a ticket would show you
Concorde
curve.
flight ticket.
Right, but sure, but it still wouldn't mean that I would have seen. Yeah, okay, fine. I get your point. I don't have the ticket though. Should have kept it.
No, yeah.
Is this the guy that went on Concorde?
Sounds like it.
Oh, I couldn't hear you. You were breaking up. Sorry, say that again.
Are you the guy who went on Concorde?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, there were it wasn't just me. There were like loads of people that went on Concorde.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just wondered, could you, like, how roughly, you don't have to tell me your age, how old are you?
I'm 39.
Okay, you're older than I thought. So you were quite young when you went on it.
I'll say that, yeah.
Yeah, but I would say what, yeah, definitely under 20.
When was the last flight? Concorde?
It was either late 80s or early 90s.
No, the last flight for Concorde was like 2000. That's when the tire ripped, and unfortunately the fire started, and all those people perished. I think, what was it? 2003 was it? Maybe it was earlier than that.
Way I swear it was way earlier. I was a child when they like decommissioned the Concorde.
No, 26th November 2003.
It was the last ever flight.
Yeah,
yes.
only carried 100 passengers that day, which were, stars. So
it only carries 100 passengers.
Okay, so what? But wasn't that quite a long gap? So that was
20 years ago.
Yeah, I'm just I don't quite remember it like this guy does. But fair enough. If you say you went on Concorde, fine, we'll take your word for it.
How old were you when you were on it?
11.
There we go. Okay, so as an 11-year-old, and you can remember because see, I've been on an airplane as well, and I looked out the window, and I don't remember ever seeing a curve like you said you saw. I didn't see a curve.
And relating it to globe, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want to know one of the reasons why that might be, Miss? What am I calling you, Miss Sausage?
I clearly didn't think this name through properly, did I? Okay, my name's Emma. Everyone knows me as Emma, so just call me Emma.
Miss Sausage, it is. Actually, sorry, I'm going to correct because actually the 2003 was actually a final flight as a commemoration or something. The actual crash flight was in 2000. Just to clarify. What did I ask you? Oh yeah. Why might that be from a Concorde flight and a 747 or 737 flight? Let's say.
Have they got different windows, maybe?
Different windows.
Like barrel distortion or whatever.
Interesting. Thanks, Emma, for that.
Oh wait, that's not the only thing. Sorry.
Oh, good.
What else?
Good.
What else could there be? What else could there be?
There's a pressure difference that's known because they have to keep the pressure inside at a stable rate so that people can, obviously, because 60,000 feet is not breathable at that pressure.
68.
At least not comfortably. My God, I'm a former asthmatic. Not at all.
I'm just quite proud of this guy that at 11 he looked out a plane window and went,
right?
Fuck me, I can see the curve of the globe.
And that's about the same time. It's about the same time as I ate like NASA astronaut food. It was Neapolitan ice cream, freeze dried, from my uncle that works in you know what. So I'm sitting here like, oh, poor thing, for the same person. You know, just opposite sides.
Exactly what you I appreciate that, Miss Sausage.
Of course.
No, Miss Sausage says she's proud of me. Thank you. That's really nice of you. Thank you. It's the height or the cruising altitude basically. So you know, I think it's 35,000 feet versus Wikipedia saying 60,000. It's significantly different. So you know, hopefully that answers your question. The height. Cruising altitude is going to have an impact on ability. But thank you for saying you're so proud of me. I appreciate it.
Hey geeks, would you be surprised if I told you that the same French Boeing, Airbus and 787s, the humongous ones that I just flew in for the second time in 20 years, had this upward tilt in the cabin as well? Would you be surprised at that?
I have no idea what that means. But I would be surprised.
Awesome. I'll send you a link privately.
Could I just mention that normal flight operations were near 40,000. Near, which means under. Just so you know. That it was only on very rare occasions did Concorde ever go higher than 40,000.
60.
No, 40,000.
All right, fine. All right. Then.
Yeah, not to mention maybe one of the reasons why you saw the curvature.
I'm proud of you, Miss Sausage. I'm proud of you, Miss Sausage.
I know.
Aerodynamics to be curved to match the fuselage for aerodynamics reasons. That could be right.
We're not really that fussed about the curve. It's just interesting how, like as a child of 11, you can remember that. I mean, fair play. I don't remember thinking about the globe when I was 11.
No, I remember thinking about my ears popping and eating some pretzels for real. But
and we have an argument here. I call it the argument that states that all horizontals being parallel to the plane of the horizon states that all horizontals will be parallel to each other, right? Would you say be confident enough to falsify that argument?
You want me to falsify the claim you're making?
That all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. Because obviously, if you say there's a curve there, then horizontal couldn't be parallel to the plane of that horizon, right? If you state that there is a curve.
Sorry, horizontal. What? Sorry, what? Sorry. You have to draw this for me.
All horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon.
What's a horizontal?
It's an orientation, but it's an established plane by a tool called a level.
Okay.
Now, would you be
when you say all horizontals? When you say all horizontals,
yes, all.
Can you show me? I don't know what that means. All horizontals.
Yep.
If there's just one, right? A level. What do you mean all?
Well, I mean, like, if you get a horizontal now, right? Now, that horizontal will be parallel to the plane of the horizon. And anybody else listening, also. Simultaneously, all of the horizontals established by everybody that's listening to this, anywhere and everywhere, phone anyone up and get them to check whether the horizontals that they can establish will be parallel to the plane of the horizon or not.
So, Bev, can we do this in just plain English, if that's okay? So, if I get, say, a spirit level, right, and like put it on the floor, yeah?
Yep.
It should be...
Iffy floors level.
Yeah, all right, fine. Let's assume that it is.
Okay.
Well, I'll tell you what. Let's just put it on.
Your spirit level is like a straight edge, right? It's definitely it's not curved.
This is a good point. Because when you say horizontal, like this is exactly what I wanted to find. It doesn't sound like spirit level. I'm not even happy with that now.
Right.
This is the point about people not being able to answer simple questions.
I'm answering it.
Okay, go on then.
So Bev, what can we use as what you define a horizontal as? What can we use?
I don't know what you mean. We use the tool called a level to establish a change in elevation of the land in reality. That's how we know the Earth is not flat.
You mean spirit level?
A level.
Can you put because I'm not familiar with this? I suppose.
I know. So are you aware of a trade called surveying?
No, I'm not a builder. Can you put
I'm not talking about builders, right? That's a completely different trade.
Could you put a link?
Yeah, Bev, don't let him. Sorry, geeks, but no, just go with what Bev's saying. Don't ask him to distract you with links. It's not gonna. No.
Yeah.
Could you put a link to what you mean?
We're talking about a horizontal.
All right. Well, can you put a link to it so I can see what
horizontal? Just have a look on Google. Google horizontal definition, and then you'll find out. See what it says for yourself.
Nah, you do it. You do it.
Yeah, Gates, you had a spirit level on your floor, right? Didn't you?
No. He's not getting away with this. Bev's not getting away with this.
What do you mean getting away with what? You Google it. Look for yourself. Anybody, everybody listening can do it for themselves right now.
Yeah, but I want you to do it. I want you to do it. Because you're trying to help me understand what you mean, right? Unless you don't want me to understand what you mean.
Do you want me to I'll get you the argument. I'll get the argument, right? And then I'll get you a definition for horizontal, and I'll get you a definition mathematics. Horizontal.
I'm on the Google definition right now, Bev. No worries. I keep getting the picture captures, so I'll be right there.
Sorry, is Bev? Sorry, are you Bev? All of a sudden?
Wow. This isn't a conversation that we're getting into, right? I was just asking you if you felt confident with your globed calling and the curvature of what you said. You saw curvature. I said, were you confident enough to falsify the statement that all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, making all horizontals parallel to each other? Now, are you confident enough with your 11-year-old self knowledge?
I'm not 11, I'm 39.
No, but you were 11 when you saw this. Or do you have another proof?
We're doing it now. We're talking now, so I'm 39
okay, now. So now then, are you confident enough in your 39-year-old self to falsify the statement all horizontals are parallel to each other?
I'm not going to falsify your claim, sir.
This is kind of learned behavior, geeks.
So then we can just leave it as that then, right? You're not confident enough to falsify my argument. I call it the argument.
I'm not going to falsify your argument, no. Okay. You do it.
Well, why would I want to falsify an argument? I'll give you the argument.
I asked for a definition of a horizontal. You show me what you mean by putting it in the chat.
In 39 years.
It is. Sidney posted in the chat.
Or
yes.
In the chat.
It is in live.
Already done, friend. Already done.
There you go.
In 39 years, geeks.
Are you going to let these people speak for you?
Geeks, in 39 years.
Let these people speak for you, Bev.
My argument's there. You can have a look for the argument for yourself. Rebut the argument. Rebut the argument. No, look.
Or are you going to not do it?
In the chat, there is an argument.
Are you going to put it in the chat?
Yeah, it is. The argument is in the chat for you to falsify.
Live chat above you.
Live
chat. I'm not falsifying your bollocks argument. It's nothing to do with me. You can falsify it. Where is a level? Where is the definition of a level?
It's not in the argument.
Brilliant. So you're not going to do it?
Do what? Please clarify
this
it.
This is very poor form. If you don't want to show me what I'm asking for clarification
It's in the chat.
It's in the
on
chat,
your
man.
If you would
argument,
figure out how to use
then don't
Discord,
make the
like
argument.
you've been tagged twice now, go and look at your tags and you will find the right chat, which is called the live chat, funny enough. It's there.
Where is the definition of a level?
Geeks above you, in the tree above you, where it says live chat.
But this argument is not about level. Bev put in the
He
chat.
wants to make it about level paper. He wants to make it about level and grab the one definition that suits his model.
Okay, but Bev brought
You're no better than the flat earth. You don't give a shit about truth. You don't give a shit about the truth.
Geeks.
You're
In
no better
39
than the flat earth.
Geeks.
That's all you care about is trying to impress each other. You don't give a shit about the truth, do you?
In
So because,
39
hang on, he's throwing his toys out of the pram because he can't figure out how to use Discord. If we have to take this step by step, we will, geeks, for you to admit that it's there.
Do you want me to put it on the
waiting for
YouTube?
you.
Can you see the YouTube chat? Because it's still got the stuff with skinny vet.
Guys, I gave you too much.
Are you drunk?
I thought
Yeah, it sounds a bit
you
drunk.
would be
Yeah.
reasonable people, but you're no better. You're just as clueless as the flat earthers.
Okay, so
You
this
don't
is what
give a shit about
this is what we've been
You don't
like
give a shit
showing
about
all
Sounds
day.
medicated.
And now we're having a live demonstration of how they try and shut down conversations.
You're welcome.
You poor fools.
Funny, because Sydney gave you, kind of recommendation in a sense. But in 39 years, you don't understand what horizontal is. Is that what you're saying?
You poor souls.
You can't Google
I
it.
can't help
You can't work Google.
I can't help it if you're lost.
I think
And you
he's having a
also
crisis.
don't get away with saying that because you're a-religious and don't believe in any deity, right? So you can't get away with even saying that as a rebuttal. So, and I did give you a heads up and a raving,
What do you mean? What do you mean heads up? Oh, okay, fine. I'll tell you what. You guys win. There you go. How's that?
I just want 1 second.
Yeah, nobody cares about winning. This is not about winning or losing.
I concede.
It's about having a conversation.
I concede you've bested me.
I just really like you. I just really like you, geeks. You have a good brain, man.
Thank you. Does that satisfy you all? I concede I can't answer any of your questions because I'm not as good at debate as you. You guys have outsmarted me. Does that?
This is not a debate, okay? That's where you're wrong. This is a conversation. I don't do debates. A debate is a set format. There are no debates in Discord.
Let me rephrase that.
There's only one argument being given from here, and you've been given the chance to rebut it as you would within a debate, but you've refused.
I can't rebut it. Your argument is sound and logical. I accept it. Does that help?
We love you, geeks, and I love your cow, your moo cow. So, all right, I will talk to you soon then, if that's where you want to.
Does that help? Does that help, everyone?
That's okay. At least we know that you can take on an argument, process it, and well, at least you know what an argument is now, right? If you found it in the live chat.
It doesn't matter because
Modus
it's
tollens.
outsmarted
Modus
me.
ponens.
And I've learned something. You guys have taught me a lot today, and I'm humbled. Thank you.
Realize he's being completely facetious right now.
Of course.
This is just learned behaviour. It's quite common in this arena. Geeks.
Those are the words you want. You don't care about
anything else.
it
doesn't bother me at all. I'm fine. I've got my arguments.
And it bested me. Those arguments bested me. I couldn't argue against them. I couldn't rebut them.
No,
well
it's
done.
not. It's not about besting you, but you brought example that you saw.
Turquoise says hello. Thank you, geeks.
Curvature in the airplane, and Bev's let's say counter argument for that is this argument.
And I couldn't rebut it.
Okay, so it means that Bev falsified your argument, let's say, or example, and you cannot refuse. So
I don't refuse. I don't refuse.
Okay, so it means that in conversation you should admit that Bev has better argument that the Earth is not curving than you.
Okay, Bev, you have better arguments that the Earth is not curving than me. There you go.
It was just about the horizon.
Oh, sorry, I was following this chap's lead.
Horizontals.
You never follow leads. You're so funny. Thank you, geeks.
Any other words that would satisfy you? No?
Can we get finish off with this thing, and then we can get back into the actual
wonderful
chat.
Lovely to meet you all. Thank you for
thanks for popping in,
humbling me. This has been wonderful.
You want to come round when we're not actually live? We get a proper conversation then, hopefully.
Oh yeah, I'll do that. Yeah. I appreciate how you have showed me the error of my arguments. Thank you.
You didn't have an argument, but thank you.
Oh, sorry. Let me rephrase. I appreciate the fact that you showed I didn't have an argument, and
you had a memory, a childhood memory.
That's a memory that was wrong. I fuck the memory. The memory is wrong. I didn't even have an argument. Thank you.
I think Geeks might be part American because he can't quite do the sarcasm. Can't quite pull it off. It's a good attempt, though.
Wait a minute.
No offense to the Americans.
I think there might be a bit of alcohol involved too.
Yes.
Does that satisfy you enough? Yeah. Just want to make sure you're satisfied before I go off with my tail between my legs.
I don't have a satisfaction meter when we do these live streams.
That's a very strange thing.
Yeah.
You carry on with yours, Geeks.
Yeah.
Well done, everybody.
Yeah, well played.
Good luck.
Team. Thank you very much.
Well played, team. Well done. Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, so
can I just can I just wrap this up in a bit of a bow, because I had a couple of short conversations with Geeks in the voice verification, and I did tell him that logical, formal logical statements was a thing with us. I mentioned that we've been on a journey through the Trivium and grammar, logic, rhetoric, Plato, who he's never read. No surprise. I hope he does. But this is what you get, right? This is when someone thinks an argument is bickering and going from experience in an airplane with problematic optics with the windows, et cetera, then this is what you get. And the hubris drives you to become like we just saw Geeks become. We've seen it just in the live chat recently as well. We've seen the hubris. There's just, it's difficult, right? To actually back off, don't get emotionally involved, or try not to, and see if you can approach it from a logical perspective. And he couldn't do it. I was hoping for more, honestly, and I appreciate Sydney putting an invite out to Geeks. But if you can't just look at an argument, entertain the argument, and see what you think and have a conversation about the argument. I mean, he doesn't have to agree with the argument, which he ended up doing facetiously at the end, but we could have had a conversation about the actual formological argument that Bev put in the live chat. But you can't do that because of the emotion. Happened last night to me. with it's a certain topic. That's what's so, call it interesting or sad about this arena, and maybe other arenas, because I don't think this arena is it's exclusive to this arena. I think it's exclusive to 2024, honestly. But that's what we're in. So
sign of the times.
Yeah.
So it's going to be more of it. So I think this is most valuable to my son, for me to teach him that he will get into situations like this, and the ability to carry on the communication without getting frustrated or triggered. That's the most I can do for him, I'm afraid. I can't do much else. I'm not much in the position to do much else other than that. So, yeah. It does go to show that how people find it difficult to communicate modern day times. As explained in the chat. Go on, sorry, go on.
It does add a bit of balance. It's not just the flat Earth that you can do this, but there you go. The Glober came to balance it for us, so that's cool.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much. I don't really need to go over the conversation. Anybody can go and listen to these conversations. But I would say the conversations that we bring and the reactions to it is a new thing for this arena that I would state it's going to happen more and more, but maybe they don't want it. Maybe this is a public showing to show what happens if you do ask these questions that nobody seems to have an answer to.
Bev, this is the best place if you want real conversation. That's why people are migrating here. Maybe one at a time. May take a lot of time, but this is definitely the best place to be.
People should be aware that this sort of thing will happen. And you may not even know about it, like me, that these guys are talking about us, but I'm not even there. I wouldn't have even known about this sort of stuff if I hadn't, like, if somebody else goes in and asks questions similar to what Elder Bear's asking, but has never actually been in here, never talked to us. This is the sort of reaction that occurs. This is what will happen. These guys, I call them bigots at the minute, because they've generated a new group of people. They call them Bev Earthers. And they seem to be people that just ask them questions about stuff and never seem to get an answer other than this sort of reaction, in which...
so you moved up from Bevites. Because I thought we were just Bevites before.
Well, still,
now we're Bevers.
Yeah, that's Flatsy from 24/7 named us Bev Earthers the other day, and then nobody told her to stop it. So that's bigoted of you, that, Flatsy. Making new groups of people to point fingers at. It's ridiculous. But that's what happens in this arena. The skinny vet says, I doubt it, soy boy bitch gammers. Monkey Ball says, there's a lot of people in this community that have been taken in at first by Bev's bullshit. And within a few months figured out that he is not about truth and he's a compulsive liar. With arguments, granted, and questions. And Skinny Vet says, I hope so. There is, in my opinion, no hope for this dick. I hope I am wrong. That's you, Elderbear. You're the dick. And Super Monkey Boy replies, he was just a flat earther. I think this is also talking about you.
Yeah.
And then Bev groomed and recruited him. Now he argues for his cult, then reports back to base to try and brown nose his leader. That's Super Monkey Ball.
What piece of shit. Super Monkey Ball, that is. No, Elderbear. I love Elderbear.
So you were just a flat earther.
It's funny how people, I don't know where they get these ideas from, or because it's not like I've been around long. You know, it isn't. It's only been 2 or 3 months that I've even gone on the mic. So you know, nobody knows. I'm certainly not a flat earther. I've just been on a journey,
Yeah,
just
wait
wondering what people are
until
talking
you've been
about.
here for 7 years.
Well, I won't be asking these questions, the same things that that most people are talking about for 10 years. And then when you ask them, well, what have you found out in 10 years? They say, well, we don't make any claims.
Yeah, Nathan's told me this year that apparently we've measured the Earth flat.
Yeah, he said for 10 years he had nothing. So, and I did hear some people saying the other day, that, we need to be, I think they were in his server, saying, we need to be sure about what we're saying, because in 10 years time, we might be realizing we've just spoken another load of nonsense and didn't know what we were talking about. So, yeah, there's no assurance that what is being said now is any more proof or confidence than the last 10 years of not being confident in anything. It just shows, well, how you can, sell a product, I guess.
Skinny Vet replies, agreed. However, like Bev, this guy is a bitchy, toxic female in a male body. Is that? I don't know whether that's sort of. Don't know.
He often talks about his ex-wife. He's got some issues, I think, going on there.
Female in a male body. There's no change in that. So yeah, like me, you are a bitchy, toxic female in a male body.
I'm gonna get my pronouns sorted.
Wonder
tomorrow.
whether he's women have asked him questions, that he can't answer, and that's what he considers to be bitchy, toxic female. I mean, that's not really good for the arena, is it? It's not encouraging to the females around here. And Super Monkey Ball says, good point. A fist bro. A bro fist. And then Skinny Vet says, I hope you are right. Would be the first to re-welcome him into the fold. Skinny Vet would welcome you back into the fold if you said you were a flat earther again. Because you were a flat earther. Till you talk to me. I guess you'd have to denounce coming and talking to us.
Yeah, I think perhaps like Super Monkey Ball's having to do.
Yeah.
Maybe he's got to denounce you because he can't be seen as, you were over there. You must have been a Bev Earther. God, I don't want to be called a Bev Earther. I'll have to say some shit about him. But, if I was to be welcomed back into the fold, I'm going to have to accept somebody who's superior to me. Because that's how it works. And I can't do that. I'll have respect for somebody. I have great respect for people, who deserve some respect from me. But I don't accept somebody who has power over me, leadership in that sense of, they're above me. I've got to work my way up to their level. So I haven't seen anybody in this arena we're looking at now that I respect at all, that I would accept as somebody who I will follow and give my energy to and support them. There isn't anybody, and that's not how I see it should be. That I'm not looking for followers. I'm not, and I don't really want to be a leader either. It's a difficult position to be in.
Well, I don't know what position you're going to be in, because Skinny Vet says, and now he is sucking dick. So, I mean, you might get a few more followers.
Yeah.
You never know. But he's saying that publicly, right?
Yeah.
I don't know what was said then for him to say that. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, Jedi says this is uncomfortable, which I don't know. I don't know what's uncomfortable.
I think it was the east-west perpendiculars, I think.
Mm-hmm. And Super Monkey Ball says, me too. I was in that server for a long time and first bought into the bullshit. You know, horizontal and vertical being perpendicular, all horizontals being parallel, that sort of stuff. He bought into it. But he noticed after, but after noticing lie after lie, I had to call it out. Well, since he's scared of us, he's not called us out to our faces or anything. He's not been man enough to come over and say anything to us like that. So I don't know how he's calling it out. It seems like he's bitching and crying in a chat about this particular server, and people that are in this server.
He's quite literally 85%, Bev, you know, bitching. So I get it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I hate it, but it's he's useful, you know. He's useful.
Ooh, Monkey Ball.
Both him and Skinny, yeah.
I'd say this is the front that Flat Earth, 24/7 Flat Earth, want to show people. This is public.
Well, of course,
this is on display.
It's the shift change, Bev. It's the shift change. Yeah, all day.
This is what they want to portray this server as to the public.
It's without any crits, without any alphas, or as I call them.
Yeah, I like crit.
I like crit too, to a point. We've had many. It's all good. There's nothing I can get. So I stopped trying. But yeah. No, I mean, they're both useful. Fuck was that? Oh, Turquoise is about to join. Yeah.
Here we go. And here we go again for Steve.
Turquoise woke up. Say hello.
Hey. I'm awake now.
He's finally awake. Wonderful.
Super Monkey Ball says, this is a reply the vet says to him, hats off to you, mate. This guy is likely a lost cause. Remember, Elder Bear is in there talking to Indio, and Super Monkey Ball and Skinny Vet are putting on a public show in a live stream that Elder Bear can't see about us here on the level and Elder Bear and me. And Skinny Vet says, hats off to you, mate. This guy is likely a lost cause. He has been flat slapped to the ground God knows how many times. And same shit, different day, every day. And then Jin CBR brings in the ridiculous model that the flat earthers show everyone. The one that they think's ridiculous, but also follows geometric principles of the Pythagorean theorem, which they denounce. So I don't know why they do that, but again, the model affliction. Something makes them do that. And then Jin comes in. Is that the end of it? I hope it is. Yeah, pretty cold. Sure. Yeah, all right. Jolly good. Right, so this goes a message out there. If anybody's out there knows about Super Monkey Ball, if you'd like to come and have a chat about the lies that he noticed round here and the reason why he's doing this, and show everyone how he can call it out, whatever it is, the door's open. He knows where the server is. Come and have a chat, Super Monkey Ball. You know you can.
You know what? I'll do my best to try and get him in here. And as you're talking about Jin, I think Jin's like the perfect example of like he watched too many YouTube videos about flat Earth, and he's just he's like the presentation of flat Earth. Ladies and gentlemen,
Eric Dubé, little minion.
Yeah, you ask any question to him, he's not addressing you. He's addressing the audience in it's a presentation. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, we know. We've had all of them. Jin's been over here as well. He left. Pretty much the same. They don't like people rebutting their non-arguments and saying that doesn't make any sense. I don't even know why you're saying it, because it's not really an argument. So yeah, we get back onto the thing. I think I missed a super chat from
You did, from Gords.
Gords. I'm sorry, Gords. We were full into the flow of conversation, so I don't know whether I can get that back.
Oh, thank you, Kevin, for that little shout out earlier. I appreciate that.
Yeah, you're welcome. I've got it, Bev. So Gord's $10, even though they're Canadian. Thank you, Gords. Do we have cardinal directions? Question mark. We have all three types of cardinal directions! Exclamation point. Welcome to Elder Bear. Well done, Gords.
Thank you, Gords. All support greatly received. Thank you. Right, so back round to the title of today's show, right? And it does sort of go along with it. Let me put the thing in the chat so people can actually see what we're looking at here now. This is the idea that Epoche and this schema, and the schema is to schematize, to relate something to your worldview. Now, your worldview really is just the amount of knowledge and things that you have ever known, everything you've ever seen, what you've been told. You place this within your worldview. Now, at certain points, there becomes questions or whatever, and challenges, let's say. Now, there's two options when you get to things like this. You can put this within your worldview and try and incorporate it into it. Or you can say Epoche, whereas that's releasing dogma. You could say, I cannot verify this in any way. So I will just place it in this. I'll place that information as dogma, told information, and place it in a basket that says Epoche. And it could be verified in the future. But if it doesn't get verified, it just stays in that thing. It doesn't ever get incorporated into the model in any known way. It just gets placed within this area called Epoche.
As a finale, Bev, why don't you just give a full description of that word to close it off? Because it's a great word.
It's a great word.
Well,
Yeah,
if that's
agree.
up to other people, it's no good for me really to do it. But if Kevin, if you want to,
Yeah. I've got it. Let me at least give you the and I could put the Britannica definition in the live chat in a bit. But epoche in Greek philosophy is quote, suspension of judgment, unquote, a principle originally espoused by non-dogmatic philosophical skeptics of the ancient Greek academy, who, viewing the problem of knowledge as insoluble, proposed that when controversy arises, an attitude of non-involvement should be adopted in order to gain peace of mind for daily living. That's the short version of what epoche is. So it's reserving your judgment. Call it maybe in 2024, people might call it fence sitting and provide a negative connotation around epoche. But as Bev will talk about, yeah, Bev will talk about it. It's like that might be appealing to some because, as I talked about earlier, right? If you don't pick a side, you're persona non grata today. But epoche might be the way. To coin a phrase.
Yeah, well, we've been talking about epoche for quite a while right now. I think people have been given this schema, which is also worth looking up within philosophy. Kev, if you want to just have a look at that, because that's
Schema.
the other
Yeah,
thing.
hang on.
Schema. That's the other thing. That's the sort of where you incorporate this thing, this dogma, into your schema, your worldview, where, and that would be the opposite of Epoche, because Epoche gives you peace of mind for daily living. Incorporating this within your schema may cause contradictions, which doesn't help in your daily living for you to take on a contradiction.
This is so. This is schema. This is from Thought
And
Co.
sometimes it does, depending on how much of a learner you are, I would say. But I fucking dig it, man. I fucking dig it. Appreciate it, Kevin and Bev. Yeah.
So from ThoughtCo, a schema is a cognitive structure that serves as a framework for one's knowledge about people, places, objects, and events. Schemas help people organize their knowledge of the world and understand new information. While these mental shortcuts are useful in helping us make sense of the large amount of information we encounter on a daily basis, they can also narrow our thinking and result in stereotypes. That's a schema.
Yeah. Thank you to Buster. So the idea is, you ask the question, do you schematize it? So given information that you cannot verify for yourself, the question is, do you schematize it? Do you place it within this schema? Do you allow it to be incorporated into your worldview? Or do you place it within Epoche? Once verified, then you know it to be true. And that's, I think, what we're dealing with at the minute. The model affliction, we were talking to Buster this morning about it, right? This idea of schema is where would the model affliction would be. Now, given some sort of information, like let's say somebody tells you that the Earth's measured flat. Now, where would you place that information? Because if you would be like Elder Baron, like me, for instance, let's say, I place that within Epoche. Well, in fact, I wouldn't, because I could falsify it. But if you couldn't falsify it, you would have two choices. You either place it in this Epoche, once verified, or you would incorporate it into your schema. Now, the people that are trying to verify it are the ones asking questions, the ones that want to know how they could verify this statement. Whereas other people are happy to be told it. Therefore, they would incorporate it into their schema. They wouldn't need to verify it. They'd just incorporate it straight in there. And then once incorporated, what would you do if somebody asked you a question? How did you verify it? Because you've placed it within this model that you now hold. How do you verify it? And obviously, when these people get asked that question by the people that have placed it within the Epoche side, that's why the reaction that we're seeing at the minute. And this works for any model. The schema is your entire worldview, and that could be based around anything.
Yep. It's I put a link to Wikipedia's version, which I actually like a little bit better, even though Wikipedia is Wikipedia, because
rhetoric,
it says of schema. Yeah, it says of schema, it can also be described as a mental structure of preconceived ideas. So you already have these ideas, you've already preconceived them, they're in your mind, and now you're going to build a mental structure around that. And then the model of fiction comes when you defend that preconceived notion at all costs. even to the extent of throwing out logic and reason, which we've seen all over the place.
Yeah. If somebody can present an argument that seems to falsify that statement, because once you've incorporated it within your schema, you feel confident in just stating it, making it as a claim, like Nathan Oakley does. I mean, he doesn't believe the Earth's flat. He knows it. And he knows it because it's measured flat. Now, he can't verify how it's measured flat because he's just incorporated it within his schema. There's no knowledge. There's no verification for anybody else. This is how I did it. He won't be able to do that because he hasn't done it. He's never made any measurements. So how Nathan Oakley knows it is anybody's guess. And we've seen the reaction whenever he's asked that question. I've asked him it. I've presented an argument to him. Elder Bear's asked him. Not many other people have really bothered. But they've taken it on. I heard lumpy gas in a vacuum state. Was it today? Yesterday or something? He said
it was
that
sometime
he was happy.
this week, I think. Yeah.
Happy
yeah.
to have been told by Nathan that that's what it was, and he'd incorporated it. He had placed it within his schema now.
Yeah. He said he specifically learned it because he was told it, which is interesting because I think for some people, I'll speak for me. Like, I don't learn something unless I've done something. I might think I've learned something because someone told me, but I have to withhold judgment on that, right? I'd have to be Epoche on that because I haven't experienced it or I haven't done it. So I have to hold judgment. But Lumpy didn't have that problem. He was happy to be told, and then he felt like he learned because he was told.
And this is the sort of thing we've been talking about. The idea of this Epoche and the schema, it only comes around when there is controversy, right? When you hit a lump in the road, or let's say, because go back to the picture, right? Supposedly you're already on the road of truth because you've gone back to your fundamentals. And you going on this road, you're going in a straight line along the road of truth. And then this is when controversy arrives. When somebody hands you a contradiction that you hold. Now, what do you do when there is a contradiction? Because God knows there are many contradictions. It's 2024. People hold contradictions and they're hard to look at. But what happens if somebody asks you a question that hits upon one of these contradictions that you hold? What's the result? How, like, I take it that it already has been incorporated within the schema that you've been given. But when somebody points out, hey, what's this bit of information that you seem to have over there on that side? Like, how do I verify that? It takes well, I think it's a really hard job to be able to grasp that from the schema and put it into the Epoche side. But the only way you get that to know about these things is somebody exposing a contradiction to you. And the only way you're ever going to know about the contradiction is through this idea or understanding of logic. Because that's the only way you can find a contradiction. Is somebody presenting you with an argument and showing you, look, this is a contradiction. And it takes a bit. It's quite hard to explain. It's not a very easy process explaining this understanding of what a contradiction is, how you arrive at it, how to formulate an argument so you can process this sort of stuff. There's not much logic taught. And for a reason, I would state. messes people up. And I would say modern day thinking, modern day people have incorporated many contradictions into their schema. And the reaction to finding out that you may have incorporated one of these is often violent, could you say? The reaction. It's often extreme. I would say it's a cognitive dissonance. You might have heard of that statement bandied around. But being exposed to a contradiction that you hold may cause your brain to go into this state of cognitive dissonance where your brain stalls. It can't work out what's going on. It's incorporated a contradiction, but it's within the schema. It's within your understanding.
Right. And then you may find yourself lashing out at the person who's brought about that contradiction. Put that contradiction in front of you to look at like a mirror, because people don't usually like to be confronted with their contradictions.
It's necessary for personal growth, though, at the same time. But modern day education hasn't prepared people for this sort of thing. I mean, look how many snowflakes there are around and the reactions that people have to this sort of thing. Now, I don't think it's a special thing, and I don't think it's something that should be handed about like in the case of the flat Earth and the globe Earth. There's many contradictions, but the bad blood between the different sides, I'm not so sure whether this sort of approach will ever work. But that isn't for this arena. This arena was where I've personally learned about this. But the conversations that you have in reality, in real life, will not be anything like this arena. But the ability for you to understand goes from the shadows, doesn't it? You know, like taking your trip back into the cave has to be dealt with lightly. You have to. We never actually got back to talking about that. We never finished our journey into the cave.
Yeah, because that's the second half of it. You don't just make your way out of the cave. You have to. You're you know, the bidding is to go back in the cave.
Yeah, and it's hard to know where you actually are. You can get lost in this arena. But really what we're talking about here is we're talking about the cave, the Plato's cave, the allegory of the cave, and the want and need for education. I've always been of the mind that education never ends. It's this life, as you call it, is an ongoing journey that never changes. It's always constantly learning. And your worldview, my worldview, they're different. Everybody's view on everything that they know and everything that they understand, everything that they have ever experienced, needs to be communicated with each other. And that communication has definitely been taken away from us, particularly over these last few years. It's been like the acceleration of miscommunication has been exasperated. Is that right? The right word? Exasperated.
exacerbated, I think you're looking for.
Yeah, that's the one. At some ridiculous rate. And
well, it's a good word, and propagate would be a good word, and regenerative. It's almost like parroting, almost. We're like a human concept would be to like fit in with the crowd, and that's another downfall of humanity too, right?
Consensus.
Yes.
Yeah.
It is human nature for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the human condition is to group people together because of safety in numbers, I guess. But other people are different. You know, everybody's an individual at the same time. I'm not too sure about the group. I mean, I know that the people I have around are some of the best people I've ever met. And some of the learning that I've done in the last few years has been immense. There's never been a downside to everything I've experienced. So I would be the last person to say that I'm crying about anything that's happened. I'm thankful for it. I'm thankful for Fight the Flat Earth calling me a child abuser, because it's led me to this arena to find out what I now know. I've made arguments, and I've grown, and I've watched the people around us grow as well. And there's some of the most talented and creative people that I've ever met in this arena. So I'm thankful for it. And I will continue to be thankful for it. I would just like to warn people as well that this isn't a picnic, right? This is a learning process, but it's not all going to be a cakewalk.
I'd just like to add, Bev, from the way you stand is almost the way I've become. I became fixed in my ways, in a way, my beliefs or whatever. And once you become fixed and stationary, you kind of stop learning. In a way, you kind of just repeat, and you stop having that quest for knowledge, essentially.
Yeah, it will stunt your ability to, I think, educate yourself further, especially if you tend to be one that just accepts what others have said or written or whatever without thinking through things yourself, which is exactly why we had started down, thank you to Raven, who was one of our members who's since passed, but he started us down the road of the Trivium, which is the ancient way of learning. It starts with understanding grammar, and then understanding what logic is and how to form thought, and then rhetoric. And then from there, you go into the next piece, which is the quadrivium, which includes mathematics and music and number and cosmology, those kinds of things. So without having, if we just stop and say, well, these other people have done these things, I'll just piggyback off of them and accept what they've said, you lose the ability to first question what they might say, but also to find these things out for yourself. If you just accept what someone else has done, like if you've never built anything in reality and you're just going to accept what other people have built and said, they'll say, well, I've built a deck or a bench or what have you. Don't you lose something in that? Wouldn't you be better off having at least attempted to build something yourself? Wouldn't that gain you a whole new realm of knowledge, perhaps? Maybe you wouldn't be as good at it because you'd have to practice, but at least you'd have that experience rather than relying on someone else.
It's essentially like the whole Star Wars thing, the apprentice and the master.
Yeah.
It's probably best to have the first-hand experience and have that challenging journey through the apprenticeship than just being given the qualification of a master straight up without even experiencing that.
Right. That's to me. That's like, I love movies anyway, but that, just the whole Star Wars epic, right? That is why Anakin became Darth Vader, isn't it? Because he thought he was a master. He thought he knew everything. He had these great powers, but he really hadn't learned what he needed to learn to be a true master. So that happens. That kind of journey happens today to people. That's why I said earlier, hubris and pride, right? You think you know. And if you really think you know, then you'll be staunchly, you won't even hear people. You might even hand wave, someone's questioning of what you think you know, and just, let it go. Just won't even listen to them. Happens all the time.
Yeah, and when you learn that this Trivium follows with the cognitive development of the mind from youth, right? Then we realize that once you get into a certain age, 40 or whatever, that your mind gets chance, or your life gives you chance to contemplate things a bit more. Life's not so rushed and hectic. Finding a family and getting a house and a partner and doing all of that sort of stuff. When you get chance to slow down and realize that you were never really taught this stuff, then that puts you in perspective. Particularly if you've already imagined that you're a figurehead within a community and you know it all, to discover perhaps that which you've generated yourself. Perhaps you've incorporated it all into your own schema. Perhaps you've manufactured this argument that isn't really an argument.
Hey, Bev, it's like when you get to that age and you look upon your elders, which you kind of learnt from and you idolized in a way, and then you realize they're just like winging it. And you get to a point where you need to kind of realize that everybody's just on their own little path and from their own experience, and winging it is the way to go in a way. Nobody really knows. Everyone's on their own little path.
Yeah, I always used to say to my children and all of that, like, you don't grow up. That what exists within the mind is still that child. Call it insecure or whatever, emotions and all of that. You don't really mature like within age. Like, wisdom is just more experience, but the mind's still like the child mind. Hopefully, anyway. Hard work to understand how other people's minds work, but most people imagine that other people's minds work like theirs does. You don't know that. You can have conversations with people and you can seem like you're agreeing with people, like we used to do when we were talking to Super Monkey Ball. That could have been like a normal conversation, yet obviously that wasn't what was going on in his head. Definitely not nowadays. Will he be brave enough to come round? Face his fears, to stop being scared of us, to come and have a conversation. That's where the real growth is. I mean, we are all adults. We should be able to just communicate. Doesn't have to be live as well. Most of the conversations, the meaningful conversations, are the conversations that we have in Discord, which everybody is welcome to come in. Just, there's a lot of people in here who are, is Buster. It's a shame Buster isn't here. This is, Buster set us onto this schema this morning. Now, it being just a word, I think that's what Buster does. He finds the words. We've been trying to find a rhetoric And that's a way to communicate with people, to express a certain thing. And what you find is more and more is that they've taken the words away. Not only have they manipulated them to mean different things, so it confuses people, but they've taken words away that have a great meaning and an understanding, and give you the ability to work people through a communication, really, of a subject. Now, what we're dealing with is stuff that has been taken away from the language and purposely, I believe, not taught. There used to be a way of teaching geometry into the school child to incorporate a sense of divinity, as in there's a power that's greater, and that was expressed through logic, to show that there are certain things sort of out of your control. Now, that logic through geometry and mathematics has been taken away. It's been taken away by a group of people that have just decided that they should diminish deductive logic and place it in this other logic, inductive. Now, it may not sound like much, and I hope people don't get scared of logic and think of it as a mathematics, as in mathematics that you were taught in school, that, you know, most people don't think they're very good at. And if people do think they're good at mathematics, it's just pattern recognition and the use of numbers and like multiplications and formulas and stuff like that. We're not talking about that. We're talking about a deductive process of logic where you can place things in order and follow this truth value. That, I think, is why they've gotten rid of that. And I think most of us here do that sort of stuff naturally, because when you hear this sort of stuff, it makes sense in a way that mathematics, modern mathematics, doesn't. There's people shy away from mathematics because they think it's not for them. Well, this is logic, and logic isn't the computer logic that's been taught in schools. This is old school logic. It's purposely been taken away.
So as we were talking about before about the apprentice, and like assuming you know things, therefore you stop learning. I want to bring like a kind of a biblical quote, right, from Matthew, right, from Mark, sorry, right. So it's essentially it's the part where you have to be as a child to kind of like enter the kingdom of heaven in a way that know that the learning is ever growing, essentially. Like to stop and put yourself firm and fixed would then.
It is true in some sense, because it was said because Jesus Christ was struggling with people that they claim that they are very smart and wise. So it is essentially about people who think that they are wise. So Jesus Christ said, "Your wisdom will not help you to enter heavenly kingdom. You have to throw this out." So, and if you are using logic, for example, many things that you know, not by understanding them, but just repeating them, many things you will throw out, because your logic, if you learn logic, your logic will tell you that this was worthless. and you will have to choose to keep them as contradictions or to throw them out. So this passage from Bible is essentially about that also. Could be applied to that situation, that you have to throw out your bias, let's say. So if you are entering into logic, many things you will have to throw out. As I did. This is my example, is good example. I had to throw out many things in my life when I entered logical thinking, let's say. I was very surprised that I didn't know what can be proven, and I thought that I have things being proven which were not. But by learning logic, I learned that. And now I think differently, let's say. I have different worldview than, let's say, 12 years ago. So that's good passage from the Bible. Yes.
Yeah, I would be the same as well, Paper. I would say that my understanding has greatly improved through the ability to know what I know, and the difference between what I know and what I assumed I knew. That's a vast difference. Humbling.
Yes, but this is not the goal, because if we can, let's say something about Bible, so Saint Paul is talking about food, that at the beginning, if you enter heavenly kingdom, you need milk, but when you grow up, you will not eat milk, but bread or some more, let's say, firm food. So it does not mean that if we go back to simple logic, it means that we will stay on this low level all the time. No, we will grow up, absolutely, but in different way. So that's the benefit of logic. You have to go back to principles, and then you can build on that principles, and you can develop your mind with these principles, not with this bullshit from the world, let's say, politely.
Yeah, I say it's definitely not all doom and gloom for this arena, but I have had enough of a non-argument, as shown by Geek. Yeah, I'd love to have a chat with somebody without them trying to incorporate it into some sort of a defeat the flat earther type conversation, or defeat the glober type conversation. I just want to have conversations with people.
Maybe later, but I have to go for now.
Okay, thanks, Rob.
It's always a great time here. Thank you, Bev.
God says in the chat, humbling vast difference when you finally realise you know next to nothing. Well, that is Socrates, isn't it? I think that is the old way of the old philosophy, is to, know that you know nothing. And that changed when they turned it into I think, therefore I am, which is that's a big statement to make, especially when you consider who I am is.
Exactly.
Yes. I always struggle with this sentence, because for me it is just leading to nowhere, because if I think, therefore I am, it means what? But what gives me this certitude that I'm thinking? Why I know that I am thinking? So for me, it leads nowhere.
I mean, it means everybody, providing they can think, can become I am.
Yeah.
And that leads us into this modern society that we're in. That's the change in philosophy that's led us to this point, I believe. Because I don't think it's been, like they say that was the change. I don't think there's a new change for these modern times. I think that's what they've gone forward with.
No, people think that if they have better ability to know secret knowledge, they are gods. Therefore, I am. It doesn't work that way, but people think that it works that way. This is sad for me in this century, that many people think that if they have some knowledge that other people don't have, they are automatically better. So they are going to be gods. It's not that way. It is not, because as Aristotle says, our knowledge can develop infinitely. So we will never reach. And if I am, and I am is God who knows everything, and our process of learning will never end. So we will never be gods or God. So we will never reach that point that we know everything. But some people are compelled with that kind of statements, because this I think, therefore I am, this is just a statement, this is just false statement, I would say, because it is non sequitur. For me, it is non sequitur argument.
Yeah, well, you could think that you think more than somebody else thinks, so therefore you're more I am than them.
Yeah.
It's a very it's a very different attitude to I know nothing. I know that I know nothing, right?
Yes, because then you can have this let's say you can be eager to learn, because you want, because as Aristotle says, I think in metaphysics, that people have desire to know. So if you are in state of knowing nothing, or you are assuming that you know nothing, then you should be eager to learn, just by curiosity, because we have natural curiosity, so we want to learn. But modern education is stopping us from curiosity, this natural or childish even curiosity. So it's not good. But yes, I would say that it is better, always better way to go back to first principles, to state that you can admit that you know nothing, that I know nothing, and then I can start again. But if people know many things, and this is false knowledge, it is an obstacle. So people have already, I would say that modern education is giving us some knowledge, but in many cases is also giving us obstacles to gain another knowledge or better knowledge, because we have bias. So I would say that modern education also creates bias in us.
Yeah, if they've been taught to know by being told,
yeah,
then knowing is that which you are told.
Yeah, so it stops you to investigate. You are not investigating anymore because you would just believe. It's just believe. So if you are referring to Lumpy, so he's just saying that he believes, because if he is not trying even to verify what he was told, it is just belief. It doesn't matter if it is justified or unjustified belief. It doesn't matter. It is just belief.
Yeah, you're being told that you do know something that you don't actually know. I mean,
so if he is admitting that he knows that Earth is flat because it is measured flat, and he knows that because Nathan Oakley said that, it is just belief.
Yeah, he's just taken on a dogma that's been handed to him by some shadow giant. But that's what they're cutting out. They're cutting out that I know nothing, because I know nothing can then ask people questions to gain some knowledge. If somebody makes a claim that they do know it, then that person that comes from the position of them knowing nothing should be able to ask questions of the people that claim to know. Yet that isn't the case. It's a contradictory understanding of how this knowledge thing is gained. How does the person that knows nothing suppose that they gain information? Because modern day, Nathan Oakley will tell you that he's just going to tell you that it is. That you already know that that's the case. Or you now know it because he's told it you. And that's a dangerous position to place yourself in, I would state. But Nathan Oakley seems to welcome it. Not only Nathan Oakley, I'd say there's going to be more people. Nathan Oakley's telling people to do that sort of thing. And other people are listening to him.
I would say that this is degradation of this arena, because at least I can say that like in 2016, it was different. So people were challenging other claims of other people. And so this discussion, it was not very, let's say, professional, but more honest. Even if you entered in Troll Cave, for example, like I entered, but in 2016, I was treated more honestly than, for example, Nathan Oakley is treating his opponents now. So I would say that this is degradation of discussion. It was never very good, but I would say that comparing honesty and being genuine in discussion, it is going lower and lower. So I am really disappointed, because it is not just staying on the same level, but in some cases it is just going lower. So it's bad. I would say it is sad for me.
So this is interesting. In the live chat.
I've seen that. Good.
Yeah, so I asked the question, when Descartes said, "I think, therefore I am," did he simply mean he exists? Or did he mean I am a god because I think?
Yes, of course, he meant that I exist, but
are you sure? Because he could have said,
yes,
I think,
yes.
therefore I exist.
I am sure what I am saying. It is double meaning.
Yeah.
That kind of people use this ambiguous language always.
Yeah, because people will fit that into their schema. They will believe it says whatever they want to believe because of their already preconceived schema, and they'll make it fit.
Yes, so it means that some people can interpret that as I am, so I am God, and other people can interpret that that I exist. But even in that sense, it is non sequitur. So it is illogical statement.
Yeah.
This is my objection.
That's my objection too. Yeah.
You do, but you do know, right? You were with us, Paper, when we went through Descartes, right? You do know the struggle that he purportedly went through, where he took apart even the idea of God. He took on that God was a trickster, and it would trick him into thinking that he somehow existed, but then came out the other side suddenly with, I think, therefore I am. In my opinion, I think Descartes came out of that as a narcissistic godhead. That's my view.
Yeah, I would agree here because really I read Descartes like 20 years ago, and only this treatise on the method. And in the beginning of this treaty, he said some very stupid things, because he said that you should doubt everything, and of course, so it is saying like you will know anything, you will not know anything, because if you doubt everything, you cannot gain knowledge by doubting. So for me, it is this guy is just he started major insanity in philosophy, I would say, because he completely inverted Aristotle's thinking.
Yes.
Because Aristotle's thinking is that you need to know the way of how to learn how to know. So it is logic. So how to use logic to gain certain knowledge, firm certain knowledge, not just guess, not just it is might be or probably it is true. It is that I know that it is 100% true. So this is Aristotle's way of gaining knowledge. But seemingly in Descartes' view, it was quite opposite. Doubt everything. But he didn't say that you will gain knowledge by that. This is, for me, this is his path to stupidity. Of course, not expressed, because he was smart enough to hide that, let's say, final goal. Because if you doubt everything, you will land in stupidity. But this is quite opposite of what Aristotle is learning. So I don't know. For me, this guy is just insane. Was insane.
Yeah, don't forget Cartesian coordinate system. That's Descartes. That was his bag.
Yes, he was engineer. Yes. So, by the way, his treatise on method starts with this his deliberation about soul and how you should doubt everything, etc. And then when he ended this bullshit, he was talking about this engineering things. So in this treaty, I think that he put this bullshit in front of people to eat that, and then he was talking like normal engineer, so people would think that, oh, this is very smart guy. I don't understand this engineering shit he's talking about, so he has to be very, very smart. And by the way, this is not only him, because Copernicus is doing the same. He's putting his heliocentric bullshit in very few sentences of his work, and then he's going with normal astronomy. These tables, these declinations, whatever, of the stars, of the moon, etc. Very boring. But his main, let's say, ideology, he put just in few sentences in front of his work. So Descartes is doing the same. To put bullshit in front of people, and then say he's talking about engineering or astronomy or whatever in very in normal manner, I would say. So reader would eat this sophistry at the beginning, and then he would think that this guy has to be okay, even with his bullshit, because the other things that he said in this work were very clever. So this is how deception is prepared. So people are not lying in 50-50. They are lying only in 1%. So we have 99% of truth and 1% of lie hidden somewhere, and this is how it's going for, let's say, thousands of years. So this is method of sophistry, to hide lie and to tell as much truth as you can. So that's it. It works.
Yeah, in no way to, we're talking to Gords in the chat. Yeah, we don't want to confuse the Cartesian coordinate system with the 3 different cardinal. You can't really say 3 different cardinal directions, because there's 4, isn't there? So 3 different cardinal coordinate systems.
I wouldn't say that just coordinate systems, not cardinal.
Yeah. Yeah.
One of them is cardinal and others are not cardinal.
Yeah, well, that's I think a Cartesian coordinate system would be the one that has the perpendiculars, I think.
Yeah, it is, yes. It would be X, Y, Z, so perpendicular straight lines, of course. So that would be that.
But I don't think that goes to show that at least those flat earthers, at least they acknowledge that there's a false dichotomy, right? There's 3, not just 2.
Yeah, that would be 3 at least, yeah.
Show the need for us to be able to explain the false dichotomy, to show that there is at least another option where perpendiculars are actually perpendicular.
It's amazing how can you guys hear me all right? Because
yeah,
I moved off to my computer mic. It's amazing how some people get so offended. I mean, in the live chat, Harp was saying that I am isn't a reference to God. So he's just saying that just means I exist. Biblically. That's all it means. So fine, hang on, paper. So fine, that's all fine, right? That's all good. What we're talking about is, what did Descartes mean by it? And was there a narcissistic tendency in what Descartes meant by it? And I think what you pointed out, Bev, is absolutely true. Why didn't Descartes say, I exist, therefore I think? Why I think, therefore I exist or I am. Why the other way around? And in my opinion, this is just my opinion, it could be that Descartes went so far down the rabbit hole that he felt he had to come out the other side, or I don't know what, commit suicide. I'm not sure. I mean, because an exploded mind like Descartes was entertaining in himself through his let's say journey. I mean, how do you get out of that other than offing yourself or thinking yourself some sort of God? And in my opinion, this is just Kevin's opinion, and we're just talking. No need to get butthurt about it, Harp. We're just talking. In my opinion, Descartes was saying, well, I guess I'm left with I'm God. So that's what I'll say. But it's amazing how people get upset by these discussions, these conversations.
Yeah, but for me, it is a problem of his problem because, for example, when he sleeps, he doesn't think, so he doesn't exist, and he is not a god when he sleeps. So it's just nonsense. That kind of, let's say, iron wordings and sayings and proverbs are sometimes very easy. You can easily disprove them, and you can show that this is just apparent wisdom in that words, because people think that, oh, it is very, very wise sentence, just bronze or golden sentence. It's just bullshit. But people think that because it is expressed, and even in Latin, so it is more profound, it has to be very wise. It is just silly statement.
Yeah, I think it gave them chance to build upon such and such was wrong, because there were later philosophers that decided that they had killed God, like the understanding of it.
Yeah, so Kant is leading to that, and Hegel, let's say, is the first guy who killed God, and then, of course, it would be Nietzsche and Martin Heidegger and others. Yes. So.
But it all comes from that point there, I think, where man can conceive of himself as this higher position, whereas the old way of thinking was that I know nothing. And that's obviously the understanding of the more you look into something, the more you realize how little you actually know. And there's quite a lot of people that have, gone on with that train of thought. Yet certain other people have decided to conceive that just thinking allows them to become something. I mean, you can see it, modern society. People assume that they know something about which they know nothing, really.
Yeah, they just take a perceived opinion. It is, yes, it is perceived opinion, and they take that as knowledge. It is, for me, it is sad. I cannot do that anymore. Because, of course, when I was young and naive, I took many things as granted because I was young and naive. But as you are, as people have conversations about things for hours and hours. So I don't understand that they are still they still have the same approach to their knowledge, because okay, I can take someone's opinion as granted at start, but then after, especially after years of conversation, for me, it is strange that people have the same perceived opinion as knowledge. So these conversations, they didn't give them anything. They didn't gain any new knowledge from that start point. So they still stick to this received opinion. Now, for me, it is very, very strange, because I took some opinions and I believed them, but in process of logic thinking, supported by many conversations, listening to many debates on some topics, let's say, or related topics, I started to think about that on my own, and I came to different conclusions. But some people just 10 years ago and now, they just take opinions and they as granted, and they believe them and nothing more. For me, it is very strange and sad. I am disappointed. Sorry.
Chatting to God. God, you should be in here, man. Get yourself in here and have a chat. Not live, obviously.
Hey Bev, you think the flat you think the flat Earth scene is a bit wild? Jump in religion and politics.
Oh my God!
And just say anything.
We had the best win ever.
I think somebody said about that. I think we might be broadening our horizons. Is that the other server?
Yeah, that's
wonderful. I'm so sorry. I'm not normally this giggly, Bev, but you have no idea how many months of vindication I felt coming. Oh, it was so beautiful.
They even said worldview.
They even said worldview as a solidification that I called them out on being kikiho. So it was so funny. It was so perfect. Oh, and you weren't there.
Yeah.
Anyway,
they accused me of being this Indian guy.
And then I said, "Oh, you mean coming from the fake Indian?" And then the guy that is Kikiho with a different name, Creepy Clown, right? Said something. I said, "Oh, he sounds like Kikiho."
Yeah, and then
I only had like 3 lines right before I was gonna get server muted. It was just perfect.
And then an Indian guy spoke, and I was like, "No, that's the Indian guy." And then I got server muted.
It was just perfect. I mean, I knew that was.
You muted yourself.
There might be a phone call or something.
You.
I'm just waiting on my job. Just waiting on my job offer, man. That's all I've been doing for the last 9 months. Just waiting on my job offer. I love you and I appreciate the space, but I swear to you, I could do it better than any of these clowns. I swear. Like if it was actually my job, I pretty much would. I would think that I would give it credit, a little bit, but
or at least get the organization in scene,
For fuck's sake,
Not very organized.
Not at all.
Yeah, we've done a song about it, gods. With the professor. Got it. The ontological argument. Saint Anselm.
Anselm of Canterbury.
Yeah. Yeah, it's all about well, I mean, it's got it in the name, hasn't it? Ontological.
This is proving from like from the name. So it is just, it has to be obvious. So it like axiom. So because his argument is that existence of God cannot be proven because it is self-evident that God exists. So this is science, not only his, but he just formulated in special way this argument. But this is that kind of argument that you cannot prove this because this is argument that you cannot prove existence of God, which Aristotle did, of course. So so it is former. So I would say that Saint Anselm was aware of Aristotle's position, I think. But still, he was saying that he was going with that school of thinking that existence of God cannot be proven, and because it is self-evident that God exists. And he was disproven by Saint Thomas Aquinas, of course. He disproved Saint Anselm's argument. It is called ontological argument. I don't know why. I don't know why it is called ontological argument.
It's the double speak, isn't it? It's to make you believe that it's something that it isn't.
Yeah. And by the way, this ontological, because the name of ontology was in ancient time, it was just metaphysics. Or just ontology. Ontology was what, let's say, major part of metaphysics. Because if you are talking about being without physical matter in it, because we perceive existence of things by seeing them. For example, stone, we can see stone, so therefore we know that stone exists. But talking about being as being, about existence of thing, is it is ontology, and it is part of metaphysics. So, but still, I don't understand why this argument, Saint Anselm's argument, is called ontological. I don't understand that.
Divided line there. Ontology on the left, epistemology on the right.
Nature of things. Yes, but yes, ontology is things that exists, because it is ontos means, I think, it is being, entity.
I got that from the logic course, which is another one we have to do. We have to go into the is it the morals?
Yeah.
Or ethics. Yeah.
Ethics. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah.
Ethics and morals. So I've had enough of the non-existent argument and getting pulled into a non-existent argument when we have already presented arguments. I don't think there's any need for us to explain that other people don't have arguments. If anybody wants to present an argument, it's well worth having a look at, but they will be taken as such. And we will point out flaws, fallacies within them. It's midnight. Does anybody want to recap anything that we've missed?
I have missed this conversation with the geeks because he ran out too fast for me. So I was hoping for a decent conversation.
Yeah, I'm not too sure.
Disrupted.
Well, I'm hoping that Super Monkey Ball can come in and have a conversation.
Oh,
and yeah, like I say, I'd really like to have a conversation with geeks that isn't live, because I don't know whether he felt under pressure because it was live, whether he'd had to do too many drinks, I don't know. But I don't think we had a fair conversation there. And I'll promise not to be as hard with the arguments. Start off with the modus tollens next time.
Yeah, I don't know that he'll be back, but you never know.
Okay, I am off to bed, so good night. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paper. I think we will be back Monday. We will be changing, like I say. I'm not going to be doing this for very much longer with the ridiculous claims of flat earthers and the way that seems like putting yourself up, but for questioning these people seems to lead to a response that I don't think anybody really needs to hear. It's pretty obvious that there are questions that you cannot ask of people within this arena, and that's become apparent because I think we've found most of them. We think we've found most of the statements to not talk to globe earthers. We can quite easily find their contradictions, and the flat earthers, same. The contradictions have been found. Saragaki. He's only just come in just as we're finishing. Yeah, I think it was a good conversation. The idea of this schema will be taking part, like Buster said earlier. This is something that you can build a philosophy upon. This understanding of modern day schema versus epoche. Where's the path that you have to tread in modern society to be able to converse with people on both sides and the people in the middle? Because that's all we're after. We're just after a conversation. Communication. If you do want to do that, then On the Level Discord is the place for you to be able to pop in and have these conversations. So please do. And I hope you do. But we will be back Monday to talk about more of this philosophy. And don't be scared of philosophy either. It's just people being able to talk about things. The argument, well, it helps if you understand how to formulate an argument, but that will come. It's all about the rhetoric, how we can communicate with each other. I think the bit that we're going to finish off, or we're going to have to re-go over it again, Plato's Cave, we will be getting into the importance of dialectic to achieve understanding, to find truth. And it has been claimed that dialectic is the only way to establish a truth. And dialectic is a communication, conversation between two people, I guess. Could be more. But it's about communication and not shutting down the conversation. If you shut down the conversation, then there's no chance, zero chance of any dialectic, and zero chance of anybody learning how to communicate. So please come into the Discord. Come and join us. That's what it's all about. Anybody got any... Let's have a proper Buster one. Two conflicting truths. Sounds like a good one. Join us on Monday, and please stay and listen to Buster. Buster and Shane. World famous Buster and Shane.
Let's give it a go. Everybody's got a path to choose. You can critically think or give yourself to accepted information too. Well, you got it right. Everybody's got their own way to go. Fast to what you know. Don't let their opinions throw you off. You got to stay the course you're on. You got it right. Everybody's got their own way to go. Comes a time you have to choose. You can't hold two conflicting truths. Eliminate the wrong path to take. You'll find the answers that you need. Contemplate before you make a choice. You got to let your voice be heard. You never see this place again. You got it right. Everybody's got their own way to go. Comes a time you have to choose. You can't hold two conflicting truths. Eliminate the wrong path to take. You'll find the answers that you need. try not to enable their thoughts. Got enough problem with this bridge to cross. No matter what I say, they're doomed. You got it right. Everybody's got their own way to go. There comes a time you have to choose. You can't hold two conflicting truths.